closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Live at the Bike, brought to you by the Bicycle Casino in Los Angeles, California, the first and only webcast of real action cash game poker. My name is Bart Hansen, and tonight I am joined by the Friar Tuck, Fryman, Dave Tuckman. How you doing tonight, Dave?
I'm doing great.
Well, tonight we're going to be doing our 10-20 no-limit hold'em game.
Rock on.
With some of the usual characters. So it's a big game, Dave. Lots of action. Jesus is in the game. Corporation Mike will be in the game. Is Diablo in the game here yet?
Diablo's not in the game yet, but I can smell him coming.
Okay, so let's get to the action.
Wow,
there's Jesus there in seat 5. I don't think he has the hat. No. Well,
I got to talk to him.
Let's go around and introduce the rest of the table.
Let's do that. Well, in seat 1, we've got our familiar favorite there. We've got Alan. There he is. And Alan's starting to buy in for a lot more. Maybe listen to our webcast, and instead of buying in for short now, he buys in for a lot. There's George in seat 2. And seat 3, we've got Russ. Cowboy Celebrity Russ. There he is. Hollywood boy. Seat 4, we've got DM. David there. He's got a big old stack of white chips there. Those white chips are $100 chips there. Seat 5 is the aforementioned Jesus. Jesus, Jesus. There he is. Seat 6, we've got Louie, but Louie is not there, unfortunately. So I'm sure we'll get a new player there right away. Seat 7, we've got Dr. BB. There he is. Dr. BB. Seat 8, we've got Ed. There you go. Or seat Ed, we've got 8. Either way. And seat 9, we've got Mo. Mo just got up for a second, but he'll be back in a minute. 100. And there we go.
So we're going to jump right into the first hand of the night. Now, the brown chips in this game are $10 chips. The white chips are $100 chips. Greens are 1,000s, and blues are $1 chips. The blacks are $20 chips. I don't know what they're doing on the table. And the purples are 25, and we'll keep going through that over and over again.
There you go.
Now, seat 2 raised to 100. He's got ace-king. And Hollywood Russ on the button, he's got aces, and he's smooth called on the button. And we're going to see four-way action with aces. Remember, we saw Barry from last week take big hits with these hands.
Now, this is a different play. I don't mind the play. It was kind of a surprising call to get two people called behind him.
And George is going to continue to lead here for 200. And Russ is going to raise it up now. He makes it 600 total. And George is probably going to be done with the hand. Where is Barry Woods tonight, Dave?
I'm not sure.
Took a big hit last week. And this is actually, this was a play that somebody did last night, and I said I didn't mind the play. Well, let's see what George does here.
Well, there's a big difference between smooth calling with aces on the button and smooth calling with aces under the gun.
Right. Oh, absolutely. But the thing is, and again, I'll get to it at the end of the hand.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what George is thinking about here. Maybe he's just posturing, doesn't want to think people can get him off a hand real quick. Mm-hmm. There's 2 spades out there. He doesn't have a spade. He has no draw.
Because we hopped in the middle of the hand, Dave, I don't know if there were limpers in front or if the people called out of the blinds. Oh, look at this! He's going to push the rest of his chips all in with ace-king, and he doesn't have that much left, so it's going to be an easy call. It's only 180 more for Russ, and he's going to make the call.
And he's in real bad shape. He's going to need some sort of run or something.
Running straight, running kings. He's in big trouble. So here we go with the turn. The turn's a 9, and that's going to do it, Dave.
Yep, that's it. He's drawing dead.
And the river's a 10.
And Russ takes it down.
Aces is going to take it. And again, like I said, I don't know if people had limped out in the field. Now, this is a 10-20 game. So raising to 100 really isn't that much. In that case, you may want to re-raise with your aces because somebody might just bring it in for 100 all the time as a standard raise. Now, what happened last night, and I know you weren't here last night, is, of course, in 3-5 blinds, someone on the cutoff raised it up to like 60 or 70, and the guy in the button had aces. Now, when someone raises it to 60 or 70, that immediately smells like 9s, 10s, or jacks to me. So I like that play there with aces because if you've got a raggy board, you can get the guy to commit all his chips.
No, without a doubt.
But here, if it's only 100, that could be a standard size raise. So you might want to knock some people out.
I got to be honest. I don't want to change my point of it. I wouldn't have minded if he raised, but I don't mind the smooth call
Okay.
there.
But
I mean,
even
it was
if you have
5 times the
limpers
big
in the
blind.
field, though, that are probably going to call anyways from around
That's
you.
a big call, though. I mean, they're only in for 20. They're going to call $80 more.
Yeah, but it's really not in the case of how much. It's only 4 times more. I mean, you see it in a 5-5 game. Somebody limps and somebody raises it to 25. I mean, they might call the extra 20. But anyways, we got pocket aces again here, and this time it's seat 4.
They're moving over,
That's
huh?
David, and he raises it to 100 from the button. And Ali's coming to the game in seat 6.
And Ali's a solid player. If he takes a couple of bad beats, he'll steam. He'll steam off his chips.
So David has raised with pocket aces. Jesus is called in the blind. We can only see one card there. He's got the 6 of clubs and the 9 offsuit. And Ed's in there with 8, 10 of
The
spades.
old 69.
And look at this. The flop comes, it looks like 10, 3, 8. 2 pairs for Ed. And he's going to check it, I believe, from up front. And David continues to bet.
Well, this will be really difficult for David, DM there in seat 4, to get away from it.
And actually, you know what? Did Ed lead out immediately in seat 8? Yes. Ed actually bet immediately there, Dave.
I like the bet
So
there.
he bet with the 8-10 offsuit. And David's in a real tough spot here.
And George has got Queen 9. He's got the gut shot here.
And he's going to call.
And he's almost got to raise this now.
Yeah, and David is going to raise. So you got a bet with 2 pair, a call in between, and David's going to raise it up with the aces.
Right, well, there's 2 hearts out there. You figure somebody's got to draw. Somebody might have Jack 9. Somebody might have hearts.
Yeah.
In this case, George's got Queen 9.
Yeah.
He doesn't know that Ed's obviously got 2 pair and top 2 pair.
And I think he makes it 1,000 straight, Dave, $700 more. And at this point, Ed with the top 2 pair, what is he going to do?
I think he's got to move a little.
Yeah, you got to move. How can you flat call with somebody in between?
Yeah, you don't want somebody calling with
And
a
look
straight
at this. He's
truffle.
called in between, and the guy in the middle has now called as well.
What is George doing there? Queen 9, no heart?
Unbelievable.
I mean, he's calling just for his Jack here.
We've got a $3,300, actually more than that, $3,800 pot now. The turn's a king, and it's a 3rd heart. It might be an action killer. I just don't see how Ed doesn't re-raise there on the flop.
Yeah,
I mean, the purpose of betting out is so that you can get a raise and re-raise,
yeah,
right?
but I can't understand how George doesn't actually.
And the pot gets checked around, and the river is the 5 of diamonds. Now Ed bets again. And he's going to bet 1,000 into a $3,800 pot. And I think that he could have made a little bit more here, Dave, unless he's afraid that someone might have hearts. But I don't see how you can figure that at this point when everybody checked.
Well, no limit can be tricky. Oftentimes people will make their flush and check it.
Okay.
So I wouldn't discount the flush here. And I think that's what I'm assuming George has already folded his Queen High.
Yes, he has.
And I think David is thinking this guy has hearts. I mean, the way he played it, he bet out with 2 hearts out there, and then he just smooth calls. Then the heart comes, he checks it, maybe looking to see if he can get a check raise in there. Doesn't come, and then he throws out $1,000. He's playing it like he has hearts. See if David can get away from
Well,
this
the
stuff.
pot is 4,800, and it's 1,000 to call, and so he's getting, again, not necessarily an odds question, but $4,800 pot, 1,000 to call.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think David puts Ed on 2 pair, because Ed didn't play it like he had 2 pair.
No.
I would probably put Ed on hearts here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I would be able to get away from it either, though, obviously. It's a tough hand. Aces are tough to get away from.
Again, it's a little bit strange because George was in there in seat 2. If you play 8-10 like that and you bet out and you get a call and raise from the button, isn't it almost mandatory that you would re-raise on that spot?
You generally would because you want to get out any draws, obviously.
Right.
You put one of the guys on a bigger pair. And look at this nice lay down by David,
David's
I think.
going to lay it down. He's going to lay down the aces.
That's a great lay down.
And Ed tells him he has 2 pair, and I think he's going to show it. There you go.
Nice lay down there by David in seat 4.
Yeah, right off the bat there, about a $5,000 pot.
I mean, sometimes the only thing I'll say about the play there, with Ed not re-raising with top 2 pair,
Nice hand, Ed.
after David puts in a $700 raise, Ed might figure, you know what? The guy's already put in the raise that I need him to put in.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, if seat 2 is going to call a $700 raise, well, he'll probably call a $1,700 raise. I mean, $700. I can't believe George called that.
Yeah.
You know,
With just a gut shot.
just a gut shot.
Didn't have a flush draw.
And didn't even have. But it's not even like he knew if the Jack of Hearts comes.
Right.
It's even good.
Right.
So he might only be drawing for 3 outs. I just didn't understand the play. Unless he thought his queen was good as well, which is I'm not sure how he could think that though.
I was hoping for the board to pair up.
And in 2 hands, we've seen George throw around about $2,000 there. One on just Ace King and one on Queen 9. Hasn't made a pair yet, but lost $2,000.
And it looks like Russ is the raiser, seat 3.
Okay, 3 players.
Looks like there was a raise there by Russ and a re-raise, I think by David with King 7.
Well, that's a
Seat
pretty
4?
good flop for Russ there.
Yeah. And it gets checked around. The turn's a 5. Russ has got a flush draw. Board reads 8-5-3-5. And
And
now
now-
Russ is going to bet.
Yep.
He's going to bet 120 and he's going to take it down.
Yeah, I wanted to congratulate you on your patsies last night.
My Pat C's, huh?
They
This
beat a
is,
miserable.
David Tuckman and I got into a discussion about how good the Patriots were going to be before the broadcast. David thinks that the Patriots might win 8 games this
No,
year.
no,
They're
I
not-
actually said 9-7.
Oh,
I'm predicting them to be
please.
9-7 this year. And they'll be fighting for a wild card this year, and maybe or maybe not get the last wild card.
And, of course, the AFC, the favorite to win the AFC division, the AFC East would be the Jets, in your view, right?
I think the Jets will win the AFC East.
Mo's going to bring this one in for 90. He's got pocket jacks over there in seats 9.
Now,
Ooh, and Jesus has got pocket 10s, and this could be real big trouble here for Jesus. In seat 5.
oh Jesus, and Mo is having his favorite.
Looks like a
His
chicken kebab.
his Persian chicken kebab.
Well, Jesus is going to smooth call here. Now, if we see a raggy flop, Dave, we're definitely going to see fireworks. Action's over on Ed. He's got a 7-3 of hearts. And he's going to play. Wow. Don't really like those 3 gappers, but he's going to come in. And here we go to the flop. Ace 7-5.
Well, nobody's going to like that flop too much.
150.
Well, let's see what happens.
Well, Mo bets 150 here. And Jesus quickly, and I mean quickly, calls with pocket 10s. And now I'd love to see how Mo is going to play this, because
Yeah.
he's played with Jesus enough. Does he think that Jesus has an ace? What could he be calling with? A flush
Right, exactly.
draw? Is Ed going to come in behind with the pair?
Now it's interesting.
And Ed's going
actually-
to call.
Ed actually has a better chance of beating Mo right now
Absolutely.
than
right.
Jesus does. Jesus has only got 2 outs, while Ed's got 5.
So let's see the turn.
Oh,
The turn
it is
a
getting
king of
uglier and
spades.
uglier
Yeah.
because nobody has a spade in their hands, and that's 2 overcards to both of them.
And Mo's going to check, and Jesus is going to bet. And Eddie's going to move all in, but he only has $40, Dave. So both of them are going to call, so
Yeah.
that was the problem. Jesus probably should have moved all in the flop if he only had that little amount of money left. And the river's a king. And Mo's going to bet here. He's going to bet $100. Good value bet. Probably doesn't think that Ed has an ace, and Ed's going to lay it down. And Mo's going to take it down there, takes the side, and Jack's is going to be good. I
Takes
mean,
down
Mo-
about a $750 pot there.
Mo raised to 90. Jesus called, and then Jesus had 140 left. Do you see what I mean?
Right, exactly. Actually,
It-
190 left.
190 left.
190 left, right.
So probably either a push or a fold there, you think?
Yeah, to be honest with you, probably should have just done that before flop.
That's
right?
what I mean.
Pre-flop.
Pre-flop.
Yeah,
Yeah. Pre-flop.
probably. We say it all the time. To have $300 or $400 in this game is somewhat silly.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, I'm having live at the bike withdrawals. On Wednesdays and Thursdays, when you do it with Shirley, I miss you, Bart. It's sad.
Don't get too close.
Yeah, I know. It's really sad. Maybe it's Isaac I missed. I'm not sure.
150.
Looks like Russ limped in here, and seat 4 is going to raise it to 150.
150. Wow.
Yep, with King Jack.
That's a big raise.
Yes, it is.
I mean, we're talking, that's 7.5 times the big blind.
Mo's going to fold. And Russ, who limped in with pocket 8s.
Just 2 players.
And they're both pretty, they both have pretty deep stacks. But they're calling it $130. Hoping to hit your 2-outer. Unless he has, maybe Lester thinks he's ahead as well. But he's out of position as well, which makes it very difficult to play pocket 8s. I had a somewhat of a roller coaster day yesterday. It's really interesting. I sat down in the 20-40 game with you, Bart, and I won about $300 or $400 right away. Then I went to the 30-60 Hold'em game where I lost about $1,000, and then went to this 20-40 stud high low where I won $1,200.
Oh, 2040
all
and
over,
stud high low. Wow.
Yeah, it was all over the map yesterday. It was crazy. I think I won about $400 for the day.
I mean, I'm developing a real love, obviously, for stud high low as I continue. I mean, really, that's the game that I play online. But I have to tell you, playing it live is almost like watching paint dry. And the thing for me is that it's the type that you need such discipline in that game that sometimes when you lose your discipline because you're playing it live when you only see 25 hands an hour as opposed to 200 hands an hour, those are the types of mistakes that make you lose money live.
Oh, they say all the times. They say, if you have a propensity to go on tilt or steam, do not play stud high low.
Yeah.
Because that's the one game you will tilt. You can kill yourself in that game.
Yeah.
It's worse than Hold'em, worse than Omaha. Drive you insane. It was actually perfect for me last night, though, because I was watching the Patriots destroy the Raiders, and I was able to watch that and play. And it was a pretty live table.
Russ brought this one with ace-10 offsuit. Seat 4 smooth called with ace-7 offsuit. And we need to see Seat 2's cards. He's in the hand. It got checked around on the flop.
Yeah, George's got a queen 10 here.
Queen 10 of clubs. And the turn is a king.
So nobody has anything here. The best hand actually is still ace-10, which is still
Seat
Russ.
2 bets out with queen 10, and he's going to take it down as a bluff.
You know, Doyle Brunson says in his book, and he's so right, so often, everybody has nothing.
Yep.
And those are the pots that he likes to take. He goes, well, nobody's got anything. Those are kind of like the pots just, chips just laying in the air. I'll just take them.
Right.
Nice bet there by George.
Pots. Again, if you want to follow a live thread started on the internet, you can go to 2plus2.com, spelled out, click on forums, click on World Poker Tour and other televised tournaments, and we are there, official live at the bike thread for September 9th.
So we got 3 players. We got a $60 pot here. Blinds are $20. 7, 6, 5.
And Russ has an open-ended straight draw with top pair, and he's going to bet 40.
It's a nice bet there. The pot is about 60. He's betting 40 to win 60.
Well, George has an open-ended straight draw as well, and he's going to make the call.
Now, if an 8 comes, George actually has the... Oh, well, there it is.
Oh, yeah, there's the 8, but he's got a 9. Yeah, he had... and it goes check, check, and the river is now a 9. And now the board plays, and look at George. He throws a $600 bet in here.
Great bet.
So the pot is only about 100, and the board is playing, and the board would play, and he's going to win the $100 there by putting that bet in.
Yeah, exactly. The pot was $140,
Yep.
and he completely overbets it.
Yep.
And basically makes himself a $70 profit.
Right.
Now, obviously, there's a huge risk there. But if
Now,
you,
what if someone comes over the top of you for another $1,500?
Yeah, you almost have to. Yeah, you know you're dead.
Yeah.
And you don't ever want to get called. You really have to have a good read on your player, your opponent. But so oftentimes you see something come out, like you see that the board comes out of straight, like in that case, 9, and your opponent kind of groans or moans, and you go, that's the time you can take advantage of it.
90 total.
Mo's going to make it 90 to go.
Mo's pretty consistent with his raises, huh? $90.
Queen 10 offsuit.
He's raising it 4.5 times the big blind.
He's a zipper.
Russ is going to call with the 4-5 of diamonds, and Ed had limped around back with deuce 8 of clubs. And he's going to make the call as well.
Ed's going to call. Ed's a gambler.
3 players.
So here we go. Ace 10-6.
Most
Couple of
flopped,
hearts.
most flopped best hand right now. He's got second pair.
And he is in position.
200.
And he's going to bet 200.
Bets 200 into a $290 pot.
One stack of brown, of course. Stacks are 20 chip denomination, so stack of
Yeah,
$10
everybody calls
chips
that
is
brown. I mean, does it literally look
$200.
brown to you?
Looks more reddish.
Yeah, that's what I always say.
And he's going to take it down.
That's a nice bet there by Mo. He's not over betting the pot. He's not betting 400 to win 290. He bet 200 to win 290.
He's got about 2,500 on the table there, it looks like.
Yeah.
Blind sir, please. Ali, big blind? No? Sure. Small blind.
So Hollywood Russ has got the button there in seat 3.
100.
And Ed's going to bring it in for 100 over there in seat 8.
Fine.
King 5 of hearts.
Yeah, middle position with King 5 of hearts.
Early position. He's under the gun.
Well, oh, yeah, right. There's 2
Yeah.
players out.
Yeah.
Seat 5 and seat 6 are taking breaks.
And Russ is going to call with Queen 8 of diamonds.
Wow.
And seat number 7 is in with Queen 9 of hearts. And the flop comes Ace, Jack, Jack. It misses everyone all around.
Ed's still got the best hand there with King High. Hard for him to know that, though.
It's about a $300 pot.
200.
And he's going to bet 200. And he should take it down here.
Okay, no call.
Dr. Beebe coming in there with the Queen 9 of hearts. Seat 7. Well, Dr. Beebe kind of had a tough time last week, Dave. I guess he got called down by, was that last week with Ron Rose?
That was, yeah.
Yeah, he got called down by Ron Rose with his big semi-bluff. It's probably the most that we've seen him lose on a show, because he does play rather tight.
Yeah,
Dr.
he
Beebe.
he was definitely playing a different style last week and was bluffing a little bit, and it was working sometimes, but then he got caught in a big one by Ron Rose.
Yeah.
Lost about a $10,000 pot total, right? And we saw him. He had a little case of the slow play-itis, as you might say,
Yes, he definitely did.
last week.
Later on. I'll tell you later on. I know, later on.
Limp and a limp. Allen over there in seat 1. He's got to show his cards there.
Got an $80 pot here.
Ace 10-7. Couple of spades.
I'm going to go out there and beat Allen in the head if he doesn't put his cards on. There you go, Allen. Good job.
Everyone checks. The turn is a king. Everyone checks, and the river's a deuce, and it looks like...
Has Allen picked the best hand up there? Deuce?
No, BB's got Jack 7.
Jack 7, thank you.
7.
And that's going to be good.
It was queen of diamonds. Deuce. What do you expect?
The button is in seat 7. That's Dr. Beebe. Small blind is $10. Big blind is $20. Small blind you can see in seat 8, and the big blind in seat 9, which is Mo.
Wasn't feeling too good after the Raiders scored a touchdown in the first possession of the game last night, dude.
Yeah, I was
It's like,
I
what
was
is
shocked.
going on here?
I was like, wow,
Am
look
I in
at
the
that.
Twilight Zone?
And you didn't know, actually. You went home and you T-voted and
Yeah.
watched it when you went home, right?
Yeah.
Amazing that you actually did not. Nobody told you.
I ran right out of here.
I saw you running out with your
Oh, really?
with your hands over your ears, and I was gonna say goodbye, but I figured you were just gone.
You really saw that?
I did see that. Yeah. Ed's got the best hand. He's got top pair, Queen Jack. Nobody else has got much of anything.
And he's going to bet.
He's gonna bet and probably take it down. And he does.
Well, the funny thing, what happened last night is I walked out into this table area here, And then all of a sudden I heard the word football. And then I realized that I'm going to have to run out of here really quick.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, at that point, the game had just ended a little while ago, and ESPN was on every TV. We've only got about, somewhere in the neighborhood of 120 TVs in this place.
Right.
So it would have been really difficult for you not to see the score.
Right.
George there in seat 2, he's in a wheelchair. I'm not sure exactly what his physical ailment is, but it's amazing poker, the great equalizer that poker is. We have all the time, we see people that have disabilities. I've seen players, but that I played with some lady in the World Series that was actually blind.
Well, we had somebody comment on the fact that last night they knew of a gentleman that was 100 years old that used to bring their nurse caretaker in to bet the chips on the table for them.
It's really fabulous.
I was, of course, talking about. It looks like seat 4 is bet here with an 8. He's gonna take it down. I was talking about the fact that last night that I play a lot of high-low games where I'm usually 30 to 40 years younger than the next person on the table, and we've seen people die at the stud high-low table here at the bike.
Well, since we've worked here, 2 stud high-low regulars have actually passed away.
Right.
Unfortunately, one guy, a great guy named Lenny, really a nice guy.
Yeah.
And he passed away. He was actually staying in a hotel across the street.
And just kind of one day someone just found him in the morning. Right?
One day, they just found him. That was it. But it really is amazing. I mean, Scott Fishman, I know, has, I don't want to say exactly what it is, but I know has some sort of physical ailment which prevents him from participating in athletics. So he took to this. And Doyle Brunson, I know, hurt his knee because he was a really standout basketball player and took to poker.
$80.
Ed chose to limp from the cutoff with ace-king. And Russ, thinking he has the best hand, and he does with ace-9, he's bet $80, and Ed is called with ace-king.
I mean, so Ed's going to raise with king 5, but limp in with ace-king.
And seat 2 is in the hand with king 4 suited. He's got a flush draw. The turn is a 10.
And Ed's Ed's in really bad shape here. He's going to need a jack that's not a spade.
And there's a spade on the river, and that's going to give George the flush.
Now, had that been a jack of spades, it might have gotten Ed in trouble.
400.
George bets 400. Well, again, Ed chose to limp in the cutoff with ace-king.
Slow play it a little bit to see if he can trap somebody.
Yep.
Ace-king's not a hand I usually like to slow play.
Well, if you play it that way and you don't hit the flop and someone leads into you, what are you calling for?
Right, exactly. If you are going to slow play it, then be prepared to muck it if you don't hit a monster.
Right.
Service. Service.
Hi, everybody. We are live at the bike. This is the first and only live webcast of Live Cash Games. We're playing No Limit Hold'em, $10 and $20 blinds. I'm David Tuckman here with Bart Hansen.
If you don't call, doesn't matter.
Looks like everybody's in the pot. And everybody is in the pot. Seven-handed.
Yep, 7-handed, limped around, queen, jack, 9, couple of diamonds. Oh, couple of hearts.
And nobody has a 10.
Russ has got top pair with a weak kicker over there. Queen, deuce in the blind. And it gets checked around. And the turn is a 3, and now Ed hits a set in seat 8. But Russ is now going to bet out with the weak queen.
Well, he doesn't think the 3 helped anybody.
No. See what Ed does here with a set of 3s.
I'd like to see a raise here from Ed.
He just smooth calls. Well, like you said, Dave, anyone with a 10, a couple of hearts.
A lot of cards.
It's not
that
like
play
it's
your
a
action.
dangerous flop. Yeah, and the river is a 9, and he fills up now.
Check.
And
Yeah,
he
Russ can't
checks.
take much heat here.
300.
And now Ed bets 300. And like we always say, it's not necessarily that people have a 10 or that are on heart draws. But Russ is going to make the call. And Ed's going to take it down there with the full house. It's just that any heart, a king, a 10, an 8, a 7 would tend any of those cards.
Right.
Another jack. Sometimes, in this case, a 9, although Russ did
There are a
pay
lot
him
of
off.
there are a lot of hands that can kill your own action. Exactly. Now, interesting there. That was a difficult. I was going to say it. My first thought was, wow, you should be able to lay this down. But I'm looking at the texture of the board. It's very easy for Ed there to have a 10 in his hand or a hearts in his hands
And throw a bluff out there.
and throw the bluff out there.
Yeah.
Well, he has to bluff if he misses on the river.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much all Russ had was a bluff catcher there with the queen and a deuce.
Sir, sit down. 50. Raise 50 more.
Wow. And wait, what was the range?
David is going to raise out of the blind 50 more with Queen Jack suited.
That's
Just 50 more. I don't think that's going to drive anyone out.
No, it's just a little bit of a pot builder. We always talk about building the pots, and I don't mind building the pots if I'm in position. But out of position,
Look
I
at
don't
Mo
really.
muck the ace 10. And David probably not looking to win the pot right there.
He does.
Happens too because Mo knows that if a guy raises out of the blind, ace 10 has got to go way down in value offsuit there, even if you're in position.
Without a
That's
doubt.
smaller.
It's got the 1999 hairdo going there with the frosted tips.
Have you ever gone frosted?
I did when I was in college, like in 1998.
You'll have to bring a picture in.
I do.
Well, I'd love to see the Bartster frosted.
I will
think
bring
that
it
would be,
in. I actually have my college yearbook picture.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Your college yearbook picture was frosted tips?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Pocket aces here for Ed. And David made the call. There was a raise there by Ed. I believe it was to 80.
100.
And Ed is going to bet 100.
Those got me earlier. Good.
And we've got a new cameraman out there named Ray. He's doing a hell of a job, I tell you. So you might see some new shots, everybody at home. If you're watching this, you see some new shots, some new close-ups. We try to get as personal and close and as disgusting as possible. And Ray is responsible for all these new and wonderful shots. And here's a close-up of the frosted tips. It's a look. I like this. We've got a new background here. We're advertising the Legends of Poker behind us.
I seem a little pale, though.
Even though it's over.
Yeah, it's over.
Okay.
People have said
Maybe
I
we
look
can
a
get
little
a
pale with the
Poker
lighting.
October banner behind
Yeah,
us.
there we go. Pot is limped around here. King, 10, 10, couple of diamonds.
I'm not a marketing genius, but one would tend to usually want to advertise the next thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Ed is bet 90 here with top pair.
2 players.
And BB calls with the flush draw. The turn is an ace. And we're heads up. King Jack against ace 5. Against 7-4 diamonds. And the river's a 7. And now BB's going to put a little bet out there, Dave, with 7-4.
I don't think that's going to work.
No.
King.
Well, if he was trying to name his price, if he was willing to call 100, I guess that's what he was trying to do. But unfortunately for him, Ed had a king.
Okay. I see what you're saying. You mean he didn't want to check it, have Ed bluff at it for 400, and have to call 400 maybe? A $100 bluff there doesn't make much sense to me. I'm telling you, if you're going to bluff at it, bluff at it. Try to represent an ace. Try to represent the 10. But 100 is pretty much just going to get you called.
Pocket Jack's in the small blind there for BB.
Sit up, please.
Hey, on a different poker note, have you checked out the new Nanopod? I think that is the coolest thing. I mean, I've got my mini pod and my iPod, and obviously my mini pod is
Set up here,
huge
please.
at poker tables. But the Nanopod, I can't wait to go pick one of those up.
120. 120.
I know
$120
Isaac will be all
raise.
over that.
2 players.
And we are heads up.
Now, if you're David and
calls
Dr.
with the ace
BB
10.
raises 120, you're going to call with ace 10
Out of the
offsuit.
blind. Remember, we saw Mo
Yeah.
mark it before. Flop comes 8-6-8. It goes check, check, and the turn's a queen. BB gives a
Wow.
free card.
What is
And he checks it again, and the river's a jack, and now he fills up.
300.
And now he bets 300. So BB's still going with the slow play itis here, Dave.
Yeah, but it's not like jacks are like.
I know. Wow.
I mean, it's 8-6-8 board.
And then he shows the jacks.
Yeah, it's just an odd slow play.
Very odd.
I mean, if you flop a jack, if the flop comes out jack 8-8, okay, I can understand a little bit of a slow play, but what does he do if a queen, a king, or an ace comes out? I don't. Odd play. I mean, obviously, I think he was looking for possibly getting a check raise in there on the flop.
I guess, and then he checked the turn. I guess he either got scared of the queen or...
Yeah. Maybe he was looking for a check raise and the queen came out and he got, shoot. One of those thoughts. Odd play.
Ali is going to raise 80 with ace-10 offsuit, seat 6. Ali's a pretty tight player.
Yeah, like I said, he's real solid. He's real solid 90% of the time. And the other 10% of the time he's steaming or is on tilt.
Alan calls with king-queen, and David's over there with pocket sixes. And we've got three-way action. Deuce, deuce, 9. So David's hand is good right now in seat 4.
Yeah, that's a pretty good flop of pocket sixes there, isn't it?
100.
I mean, I'd rather 9-9 deuce, but that's not a bad flop of pocket sixes.
And David has bet out 100 right away. And look at this. Ali's going to call with ace-10.
Wow. Ali thinks maybe his hand is good.
The turn is an 8.
Not much. Now you look at that
Ooh,
board.
and now David checks, and Ali checks right behind him, and the river's a 4. So 8 on the turn, 4. And it goes check, check, and sixes is going to take it down.
Yeah, I don't mind the way that was played, to be honest with you. David kind of looked at that board, and there's no draw. I mean, there are a diamond draw, but if the guy's got overcards on me, okay, I can understand. Obviously, I'd want to bet, but if he has a 9 on beat, if he has a 2 on beat, so I don't mind him shutting down. So I'm really excited. It's a good time of year right now. Hockey's right around the corner.
Yeah, this is
football season just started.
This is one of the best times of the year for sports.
Oh.
I think this is the best month. It's the time when the pennant race is going on and it overlaps with the beginning of football.
It's everything.
And
You got-
college football
You got
begins.
the U.S. Open right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a big tennis fan. We got the U.S. Open,
Right.
college football, the NFL, hockey's around the corner. Even, I mean, the Premiership, soccer still is going on now.
The pennant race. Come on, Dave.
The pennant
I don't
race.
think a lot of people care about the hockey season. But
Once again, I'm talking about myself and what I am enjoying. Always looking for the dig, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't know if we have a lot of viewers in Canada.
No, not like Ali said.
No,
You know,
I
when
enjoy,
the Bruins are on TV,
I enjoy hockey. I enjoy hockey.
I'm just saying, I mean, you get the nice,
Four players.
nice smorgasbord of sports to choose from.
Four-way action limped around. David chose to limp in seat 4 in a 5-handed game. He's got pocket 9s, 8-4-5. He has an overpair.
That's a real strong hand, 5-handed.
Yep.
Now, Allen's got a gut shot here.
Oh, look at this. Seat 2. George, he's flopped top and bottom. He's got 4-8 offsuit from the blind.
Oh, wow.
And he checks it.
That's the problem with limping in sometimes at
And he
nines.
check calls, Dave. And the turn is a 10. And he checks again, and David bets 200. And George is just going to check call. Maybe he's just playing it conservatively. And the river is an 8, and he fills up.
Now, that's a kind of a scary card for David because that was top pair.
Yeah.
And he called me on the turn. He called me on the flop.
And George checks it. He checks it on the river.
Oh, full house.
And he did not get any money there on the river. And I think what you're saying is exactly right.
He was obviously looking for the check raise in the river. I'm
Well, maybe
assuming.
he hoped that the guy had maybe a bigger 8.
Right.
Or something like that. Or flopped a straight.
And he was
or
hoping you'd
something.
get a check raise at him
Yeah.
on the river. Obviously, he was trying to induce a bluff.
Right.
But David smartly stopped because, if you get called, you try to think of, okay, what might my opponent have here? Does he have 4-5? Does he have an 8? I mean, the guy could have had, ace-8.
Yep.
And obviously the river's going to kill you there. Nice check there by David on the river.
I know, maybe you have something better.
Pocket 9. I mean, I'm gonna.
I know, I don't know.
3 players.
Three-way action here. Limps around. We got a $60 pot.
King 10 deuce. Couple of clubs. Everybody checks. The turn
Nobody's
is
got
another
anything yet.
Deuce.
Believe it or not, yeah. David's still in the lead with Jack high.
And Russ actually pairs up on the river. It's a 5.
There you go.
And he's going to take it down. Some questions on 2+2. It's Corporation Mike. Corporation Mike runs the corporation here in the California game section at
Right.
the bike. Not Cooperation Mike.
Although he is cooperative as well.
Right.
But yes, it is corporation.
Yeah.
And thank you, Kev Math. I remember that Scott Fishman suffered from something, but he says Scott Fishman suffers from rheumatoid arthritis. Right.
Didn't that stop him from dealing eventually as
It
well?
stopped him from dealing, and obviously stopped him from, he was saying, like, playing basketball or playing soccer or any kind of like real sport.
We're heads up. George flopped a wheel, didn't put money in on the flop, and now he's going to put some money in the turn.
I know you have the 4.
And he's going to take it down.
Crazy.
He shows
What
it.
is the 4?
And sometimes the table kind of forgets they're on the internet. They forget to show all the
Yeah,
time.
they got to show the cards.
But we'll get on them.
Actually, I mean, the ones that really the worst at it is in the whale game.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Ridiculous.
Without a doubt.
Especially when we're playing limit. It's like it's got to be a nightmare for Isaac and Evelyn to deal with.
Well, it's oftentimes, I have nothing but respect for a lot of those guys, but at the same time, if you talk to a lot of casino execs
Yeah.
and floormen, they say the hardest guys to deal with are those big whale players because they have money and they think they're more important than the people playing 3-6.
Well, the funny thing about whale poker players are that whale poker players don't bring any type of money into the casino if they just play poker.
No,
The casino makes just as much money off of a low limit game.
They're actually making more of the 360.
Right.
Without a doubt.
So I wonder how these guys, why these guys get treated so well. But usually in places like Vegas and stuff, it's because they gamble at the house games.
Well,
as
it's also prestige. I think
Yeah.
it's a lot of prestige to have at your casino have a high limit game.
right.
To have Doyle Brunson playing, and all these guys playing.
2 players who flop top pair here, just limped around.
Ollie with bottom pair.
I got 60.
Betting 60.
And David actually bet right out,
Yeah,
and
he-
George calls.
Okay. The turn is a queen,
And it goes check, check.
Check around.
and the river is a queen.
I have 10.
And this one's going to get chopped up here.
Chop it up.
Chop it up.
Why? Chop it up. What you thinking?
You guys have the exact same.
Nobody ever got from bed.
You don't do that.
Say that.
You don't do that. No.
But I know a lot of people that have some sort of physical ailment that
Closer to the bottom.
turn to poker because they're very competitive, and they still want to, get those competitive juices flowing.
Poker is a game that you can play, obviously, at any age.
Which is, it's great.
Yeah.
Few games like that. I mean, you got like golf, pretty much golf and poker. Trying to think of a couple. I'm sure there's obviously other ones, but
But as you get older in golf, you lose some of your strength.
oh, without a
You know?
doubt, clearly. But right, you can play. I mean, I could sit down and play poker with a 15-year-old, or I could play with an 80-year-old.
Unless you want to do straddle.
And after seeing your golf game, the same could be said about age, though, as well. It could be, someone 90 could beat you, someone 15 could beat you.
Oh wow.
It doesn't really matter.
Okay, I see where we're going with this. Interesting, you'd be the one to criticize my golf game, but I won't even go there. Now we got a new player coming in seat 5. I think somebody's playing over. I guess Jesus is taking a break,
Oh, 40. I'm sorry. Sorry, sir. No discount?
or maybe Mo is taking a break and somebody's moving to seat 9. We'll get it all figured out for you in a second.
I believe someone is raised here.
It is a raised pot
I think
here.
it was George in seat 2.
Yeah, it was.
And he flops
Jo-
a flush draw. 9-5-4 clubs.
Betting 80.
I call.
And Ed has top pair, and he's going to bet 80. George calls.
Heads up.
And we're heads up. Deuce 9 against Queen 7.
And it's pretty close here. I mean, George's got 3 queens and 9 clubs that are going to help him.
The turn's a 3, and Ed picks up a
Betting
straight draw now.
150.
It gets checked to George. Ed bets George bets 150, and Ed's going to check call. With
Yeah.
the top
The button
pair.
is in seat 2, I believe, right?
Yep. And here we go with the river. It's an 8.
And an 8 is not going to help George there.
Let's see how much Ed bets here. George bets here. He's going to bet 300, Dave. A little under the size of the pot, and Ed still has top pair.
Now, Ed has been betting throughout until this last...
Actually, he check called the turn.
Oh, he did. Okay,
Yeah.
I thought he bet into it.
Yeah, he check called the turn. And
There are a lot of draws out there. Now, if the fella had 6-7, he would have gotten there already. Obviously, the turn would have given him straight.
Good call.
he makes the call. And he's going to take down about a $700 pot there with deuce
Yeah.
9.
No 6 on the flop. No, no.
And we've got a new player in seat 9, I believe. Somebody's moved there. Is that Mo still playing?
Yeah, you called just because.
No, Mo is still going to play in seat 9. And Dimitri is going to come into seat 5. And he is playing over Jesus.
Yeah. And he had one pair plus a good kicker.
And it looks like he is buying in for $3,000.
Alan, it won, didn't it?
You did. That was a good hand.
Look at this. We've got a post on 2+2 by a
Any hand that you
Canadian.
win is a good hand.
Ziesel.
He's now my favorite.
Yeah.
I love
Very
Canadians.
good call.
Got a limp there in seat 2.
Yeah.
I didn't.
We hockey fans, we've been waiting for hockey for like 18 months.
When I see you here, I
And
think
four-way
of
action limped around.
First time I played.
Jack
with you.
9-4, rainbow flop. Looks like pocket threes is good so far.
He's one of my good players. But on the game,
And Dimitri's a really nice guy. I know a little bit about him. He tends to steam a little bit.
Yeah, you should
Well,
play.
he's picked up top pair here, the queen. Flop got checked around.
Even if
And now
And he's a
gonna-
gambler.
my brother sits on
At least
the
from what I've heard about him.
I don't doubt that.
You know that. Good.
And look at Ed.
Oh,
Ed's
he's
going to
picked up
call.
an open-ended straight
He's got an
draw.
open-ended straight draw. 7-10.
Yeah,
And
we
the
know
river's
each
an 8,
other
he
for a
gets
long
there.
time, so, you know.
He's got a long straight there. 7 to queen.
And look at this. I think he's checked the river, Dave. He has checked the river. And, of course, Dimitri checks behind him.
straight.
And again, one of those
No
reasons
call,
why you
huh?
wouldn't necessarily chase that type of straight draw on the turn is because it's going to be so obvious when your card comes on the river that
Right.
someone could have a straight.
Now, the other night, Wednesday night, after Barry was in the booth
Yeah.
doing the webcast, I had a pretty long discussion with him afterwards, about an hour. We were just talking some poker and debating some hands. And there are times to check and induce a bluff.
Yeah.
And there are times where you've got to bet your hand. And that's one of those cases where you probably should have bet for value there. There's, one card makes a straight.
Right.
There's 8, 9, Jack, Queen out there.
Absolutely.
And pretty much if the other player had anything, he's going to check it down.
yeah. And by the way, you were the one that was down in the U.S. Open, not me, Dave. And yes, I did watch the Agassi Blake. You weren't downing them, but you were
Downing
saying,
the US Open?
You were saying the U.S. Open. I mean, it's tennis.
No. I like I said, I just think like tennis and golf for me. If there were like 3 or 4 tournaments a year, I'd be all for it.
Oh, but not the ones that are. So
Oh.
you watch the big ones.
Exactly. It's like, but every
Grand Slam
week
events.
there's no off season.
Yeah.
Come on.
Don't get me going on the French Open in those Spaniard dirt
Oh.
ballers.
Ed's made 2 pair here.
Yeah, 6-8.
Yeah, Allen slow played his ace and now he's in trouble.
100.
Betting 100.
Let's see if Allen can get away from it.
Ed's going to bet 100, and Allen's going to make the call. And Allen has outs here on the river.
Yeah, he's going to need a king, an ace, a 10.
And the river's a 7, and it's a third spade.
Yeah, 7 of spades is not one of the outs.
And here again, once again, Ed really should bet here, Dave. And he is going to bet.
You guys ask me anything except those.
150.
He's going to bet 150.
Well, right, because Allen's he's gonna check call.
Right. Or just check it down and behind
Without a
him.
doubt.
Yeah, and that's a good bet there on the river by Ed.
And that's 150 made.
Yeah.
Nice play there by him. Yeah, I'm not like I mean like hockey. I like it because there's an off season. Now I don't really want a full year off. Football. Last game was in January. Okay, gave me 6 months off. Now I'm like all ready for it again.
I just don't like playing tennis on dirt. I think proper tennis should be played on a concrete surface or in grass.
Okay.
Were you in this? Were you in here for this
No,
discussion?
I wasn't.
Okay,
I missed
is why
this
you're-
conversation. It's the scintillating conversation.
Yeah.
We'll have to talk about it later, though. Sounds wonderful. But, I mean, like tennis and golf, it's like every time you turn on the TV, there's another match. Who cares? Take 3 months off. Take 6 months off.
Oh, pocket kings, pocket aces, and ace queen. Join us from your internet games. Switch over.
Yeah, and Mo's got queen, jack of diamonds.
And C2 has raised with, it looks like ace queen.
And just so you guys know, the button is in seat 8.
Yeah, let's try to get this down. C2 raised with ace queen. C3 called. Ali has re-raised with pocket kings. Mo mucks the queen jack of diamonds.
And Alan's got aces in the big blind.
Alan has aces in the big blind. And Ali re-raised it to 250 total. And now Alan says re-raise.
Yeah, and this might, all the money might go in right here.
Yeah, because Ali doesn't have much more left.
Let's see if what Ollie does here.
He's going to make it
760 total.
500 more, so 760 total. And let's see what Ali does here. This is very difficult. He just got a smooth call.
See, Alan doesn't
Well,
have
Alan
much
doesn't
money.
have any money left.
Yeah,
so
I'm
it's just-
surprised. Why not move all in there?
Yeah, and if a raggy board comes here, I'm sure
Well, not
probably
raggy. It's-
Yeah.
Wow.
9-3.
Had the ace queen not gotten out of there, look what would have happened there.
Now Alan's moved all in for 520, and Ali quickly calls 3 of spades,
Oh.
and the river is a 7 of spades, and Ali backs into a flush.
Oh,
wow! He backs into a flush.
Yeah, and you can't really blame Ollie. I mean, Alan didn't have enough money for Ollie to get away from it.
Yep.
Alan only had about $350 more. Ollie's not going to go anywhere.
I'm just surprised that all the money didn't go in pre-flop again. It's just-
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
one of these things.
They waited till the flop to do it, but
Yeah.
it was kind of inevitable. And then running spades.
Yeah, running spades. That's about a $2,000 pot there. Bad beat.
Yeah,
there
that's just
for
a
Alan.
bad luck.
He catches the king, but
And interesting, had the ace queen, the original raiser was George.
Yep.
Had he stayed in there with ace queen, he would have flopped top pair. He probably would have gone broke as well.
Well, ace queen. I mean, you bring it in for a raise, and then you've got to re-raise and to re-raise.
No,
and then
yeah.
one guy in the big line like Alan.
It's an
almost
easy
like-
laydown, but we've
Yeah.
seen George make some of the questionable calls, like calling with queen 9 and so
Right,
forth. So
right.
you never know.
And Alan's going to rebuy for 2,000.
But back to tennis, just to say, I'm actually a big fan of that English tournament they play on grass.
Yeah,
that's kind of cool.
That's Wimbledon.
I know.
I'm a big fan of a medium speed hardcore.
I like
In-
that. I
on
like
an
the
American
U.S. Open.
surface. That's the
I've
U.S.
been to
Open.
and I've been to the U.S. Open numerous times. Growing up in New York, I used to go, and that was kind of cool. But as for the rest of the year, I could do without it. Golf too. I mean, hey, I'll watch the Masters, the PGA. I love the British Open. That's great.
And this pot's limped around here. Russ has got pocket 9.
You got a $120 pot here.
Queen 4 deuce, couple of clubs on the flop.
Yeah, Ed's picked up a wheel draw.
Now Russ is bet out here
Betting 90.
with pocket 9s. He's going to put a little feeler bet out there, see if anyone's got a
I
queen.
like the bet there. And you got to remember, this pot is $120. It is worth going after. It's not a matter of like the pot being $10.
And Ed calls with the wheel draw, ace 5.
Well, I think he correctly figures a 3 is good or an ace is good.
Heads up.
And the turn's a 3. He makes the wheel.
I mean, if he catches a king, I don't mind. But,
And Russ is going to continue to bet here. Maybe he thinks he has a flush draw.
Yeah, exactly.
$250 bet.
Raise. Make it 500.
And Ed's going to put in a raise. He's going to make it 500, a mini raise, Dave.
And this is a pretty easy laydown for Russ at this point, I think. Hey, take a look at Ed there. If we can get a close-up of Ed's face there. Ed, look, he's smiling. It's a nice, easy smile. It's not a forced smile.
And Russ is going to mug.
To me, it's one of the best way. I've been kind of picking up on these tells, and when you see somebody forcing a smile, sometimes you can usually tell they're bluffing. And if it's a nice, relaxed, easy smile, like Ed just had there, he usually has it.
read my lips.
Thank you.
So interesting. I left the bicycle casino last night at about midnight.
I'm not even giving
Went
it.
home, took
Let's
my
go to
dogs
the
out for a
park.
walk,
Let's go to the
and
park.
proceeded to play about 2.5 hours worth of Madden 2006. For those of you who don't know, my wife is in Hawaii right now, enjoying the beach and the sun. So I took advantage of the moment, cracked open a couple of beers, and I played some Madden 06. I got it. Here you go.
No, give it back. This is lucky cheap.
The button is in seat 1. That's Alan. Small blinds 10 and 20.
Do they have any good PlayStation or Xbox or PlayStation 2 games for tennis games that are decent at all?
I don't know.
No?
I-
Isaac is shaking his head.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Raise, make it 110 total.
Face it towards the wall and it'll bounce off the wall.
George is going to raise here to 100 out of the
Or
blinds.
turn it around and it'll bounce back.
And
at us.
Dimitri's going to call with ace-5. George made it 100 go with pocket 9s. Now, BB's over there with king-queen. He's going to come in.
90.
Now, Dr. Beebe's actually okay here, but he's calling with what we always say, king-queen offsuit. It's an easily dominated hand.
And Ed calls with pocket 4s. How about a 9-4 something? 9-4 king flop here.
Yeah. Now, Ed, after two people call, I don't mind Ed's call.
Right. Now we've got about a $380 pot here. Here we go with the flop. Ace, deuce, 8. So Dimitri's flop top pair here.
And he had pretty much the worst hand out of everybody going into it.
Betting 300.
Now George checks in early position. Dimitri bets 300.
Now, you know, when you raise with pocket 9s and you get called in 3 spots and ace flops, most often one of those players has an ace.
Well, but the last I saw was 10-7 Ohio Ed.
And he's going to muck, and Dimitri's going to take it down. Isaac is saying there are no games of any quality in tennis or surfing. In the
Yeah, well,
home,
yeah, I don't
home
know.
entertainment
Yeah, the
sector.
golf game is pretty cool.
Yeah,
the golf
Tiger
game is
Woods,
pretty cool. The
But they have rugby games and they have Aussie rules football, which are pretty
actually the
cool, too.
soccer game. Have you played the soccer
Yeah,
game?
FIFA 2006.
That's fabulous.
Yeah,
It's a really
that's
good game.
Yeah.
I for one really only play the sports games, but I love. I've always loved hockey. Obviously, love the
One to
Madden
remember for the
franchise.
Baseball games are nice too, MLB.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. Hey, I'm just wondering, who do you have to sleep with around here to get a drink? I mean, I think we asked for a drink like an hour ago. Man. Oh wow! And my wonderful and lovely producer Evelyn points behind me
And there they are.
as I'm completely oblivious to the fact that we have about 15 drinks right behind me.
option.
6-way action limped around.
6 player.
And here we go to the flop. Ace, 3, 10. Russ has got a weak ace there in the blind. He's flopped the best hand.
100.
Now George bets 100, and Mo calls with a gut shot. Now it's a rainbow flop. So he calls with a gut shot. King Jack.
Mo was in action. He didn't know you. He didn't know you were bad.
Oh, look at this. Actually, Mo is let out here, Dave.
Yeah, well,
Excuse me.
he's in late position.
He's let out.
Check, check, check. And he's only one person behind him, so he figured, what the heck, I'll throw a little bet out there.
That's why he said I bet 100.
And let's see what Russ does here. He's going to make the call with the weak ace.
Now, see, Russ is pretty much playing it like a weak ace. And if Mo puts him on that,
Yeah. He can really drive him hard, or he could take a card.
yeah, exactly. He can take the card. Now, it's a rainbow
Now, I was going
board.
to say, now, BB had a 10 here, and if he called, Mo definitely would take a card, because he knew at least one of them had it. But let's see if he plays it hard. No, the turn's a deuce of clubs. So now if Russ... Oh, Mo's going to check behind him, and the river's a 6. Russ checks, and Mo's just gives up.
And Mo is pretty much playing the player. He knows when
Yeah.
he gets called by Russ that Russ has got an ace. You know, probably an ace lower than 10. He just figured it's not worth it. I'll take the free cards. Maybe I'll catch a queen.
And actually, there wasn't a club draw there. I'm sorry. I thought that a third club had come on the turn. I was thinking it was another opportunity for Mo to bluff at it. But,
All right.
Big blind, sir.
So seat 5 there, our new player is Dimitri in the green shirt, the lime green shirt. Or that's kind of like metallic green, I suppose. Kind of that buttoned up to the top look going on. And he is playing over Jesus. Jesus is taking a break. You can see that that plastic box over Jesus' money. And we do that sometimes to keep the games full, even if players want to take a break.
Raise, make it 90 total.
Yeah.
And Russ is going to raise here to 90 with pocket deuces. A couple limpers in front. Or maybe 3 limpers.
A couple of ducks there, huh?
Wait. Sir, it's not your turn yet.
Excuse me,
I know. I know. It's his turn.
And
That's
seat
the last.
I'm just
2 is trying to call out a turn to his immediate right, but
Yeah, you got some confusion on the table here.
Dimitri's going to call. Ed calls.
70.
And
70 more?
George is going to call with 9-10. So 4-way action. $380 with the blinds in there, and here we go to the flop. Jack 3-8. Ed flop top pair.
George has got an open-ended straight draw here.
And Ed bets immediately with the jack.
Betting
He's
150.
going to bet about a little under half the size of the pot, 150.
Not a bad bet there. You're going to get anybody out there that doesn't have much.
And George calls with that draw. Couple diamonds on board here. And Russ is probably going to have to give this one up. He
Yeah.
does. Dimitri's got bottom pair. He's going to make the call. Wow.
Yeah, see if he can catch a 3 or a 5 here.
Or a diamond. Again, we talk about maybe
3
trying
players.
to lead out if a diamond comes
Without
on
a
the
doubt.
turn.
It'd be a nice play if he
Yeah.
makes it.
The turn's a king.
Well, that's a scary card. Let's see if he uses that. Nope.
Check. Representing maybe a king-high diamond flush.
Nice bet here by Ed. We see oftentimes somebody with top pair on the flop.
Betting 100.
You know, a king comes out, it kind of scares them, and they slow down. But it was a nice bet here.
$100 bet. George continues to call, and Dimitri calls again.
Well, $100 is not quite enough there. You bet 150 on the flop. Why only 100 on the turn?
About a $1,300 pot, and the river is an ace.
Now, I really think whoever bets at this pot can take it. Yeah, but you got to bet strong. I mean, we're talking the pot is how much?
It's about $1,300.
You got to make a big bet here.
300 is the bet.
And Ed bets 300, Dave.
Well, for him, it's actually not a bad bet. It's a nice,
Yeah.
it's kind of a nice name your price bet.
Right, and everyone's going to muck there. But you're right, if Dimitri had taken charge from up front at any point in that, I mean, you can not only can you use scare cards like a diamond, but
Thank you.
also you can use scare cards like a couple of overcards.
Oh, without a doubt.
I mean, king and an ace, I mean, what do you think Ed is betting with? Unless you were unlucky and he was betting with something like ace second pair or ace top pair and he caught 2 pair.
Well, he
again.
might have been betting king jack.
Right.
But he clearly was betting the jack.
Right,
Could have
right.
had jack 10. He could have had queen jack. But the king might be a scary card. The ace might be a scary card. And if you use those as outs, like in that case there, Dimitri had obviously any 3, any 5. But if he also figures any ace or any king might be an out also.
Yeah.
Well, then he's got a lot. Or any diamond also, a diamond draw. George also, I mean, he had a straight draw. He definitely could have made some sort of a play.
Isaac, what about top spin? They're saying it's a great tennis game.
What is that?
I don't know if he knows that one.
I never played it. I can't review it
I'll
myself.
go pick it up because I'm always searching for a great tennis game.
Raise. Make it 150 total.
You play tennis, though?
Yeah.
Wow, we ought to play.
Stop saying that. I'm
Well,
counting it.
that wouldn't really be fair, but Dimitri has raised to 150. Out of the blinds with ace jack offsuit.
Well, it's a good thing we're not competitive.
$150 there. Dave's going to make the call with ace 9 offsuit on the button, and he is dominated.
Heads up.
We ought to do some sort of 5-sport competitive, round robin thing.
Oh, and he outflops him. Look at that. 6 deuce 9. Dimitri checks. Dave's going to put in a bet. Going to bet 80.
Betting 80.
Now, the problem with checking that flop if you're Dimitri is you're letting David pretty much bluff at it. Now, in this case, obviously, it's not bluffing, but you're inducing a bluff, and now you're in a tough spot.
And he's going to check raise, Dave. He's going to
200
check
more?
raise to 300 total.
Well, he thinks David's bluffing. He thinks David's full of it. And he's wrong.
Either that or he's trying to represent an overpair.
Yeah, exactly.
And David quickly calls.
Wow.
So we've got about a $1,000 pot here. The turn is another 6.
Let's
If
see.
Dimitri put a lot of pressure here, I mean, ace-9 isn't necessarily good if he has an overpair.
And what did he bet here?
He's bet 500. And look at this, David is going to lay it down. And he shows the bluff.
Wow. Well, he was representing like pocket jacks, obviously, or pocket 10s or queens, an overpair. Nice play there by Dimitri.
Thank you.
And as I was saying, I was like, when you check it,
That was an all-in.
after you raise pre-flop, if you check, you're inducing that bluff.
You got to figure the guy has at least something, though, to make the call for the check raise on the
Right,
flop.
right. Well, when he calls the extra $200, that was an interesting
That
shot.
was a scary shot.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
a stud high low player there. That's what I'm talking about, folks. I don't know if we can get back to that shot, but no.
No, please don't. Please don't.
What's that guy's name? Do you remember who played the high-low game?
I mean, I know him, and I can tell you how he
Ah.
plays, but I have no idea what his name is.
100.
I guess it's the life of the poker player. I know people by their playing styles, not by their name.
Maybe we can get that remote camera to go over and do a cutaway of one of the stud high-low tables so everyone can figure out what we're talking about. Pan around the table.
It's 8 players around there, 6 oxygen tanks.
Yeah.
Now I'm just going to smooth call here with pocket 9s.
Yep. There's a raise there by David with the ace-6.
Yeah,
I
about a
believe,
$300 pot here.
to 100, and he got called in 2 spots. He flops the top pair.
Can you think of a worse flop for pocket 9s? Look at that flop.
Ace-10 queen.
100. 100 is the bet.
It's a $100 bet.
And you can see if suppose I flop you.
Yeah,
Alan gives himself a scratch, thinks about it, and mucks.
you can study it.
But don't worry, I have an ace jack there.
I'm not worried about that one.
Not that I'm worried about it. I want to reassure you. Also, you will find
I ordered dinner. The guy, I didn't tell him I'm here.
By the way, for everyone that's jousting me about tennis, the reason why I call the French Open dirt is because it's red clay. The clay that we usually have in this country is green clay. People aren't really privy to that, don't understand. It's rare to find a red clay court in this country.
Raise, make it 80 total.
Now I could do extra.
$80 raise here.
I wouldn't know.
Now, interesting thing here also, Nodia was talking about the dirt, and that's obviously where Nodia on 2+2.
And Russ here is raised with the
And
jack.
was asking actually if he thought do we think that we could beat this game if we had the bankroll? And actually, Bart and I both play in this game, and I would say I'm definitely on the positive side.
Yeah, absolutely.
For
Look at
the-
this.
in the long
Dimitri's
run.
flop
Betting
top
200.
and bottom. And Russ is going to continue to lead when he raised with Jack 8 offsuit. But Dimitri, he's got top and bottom. Let's see how he plays it. I'll get into that again after this hand, Dave, because it has to do with us being props. It's part of the reason why we don't play this game that much. So $200 bet here by
Racing 500. 700
Russ,
total.
and Dimitri is going to make it 700 straight with the 2 pair. And Russ is doing a little Hollywood act here.
Yeah, this is going to go fold.
Now, obviously, when I was going to tell everyone about the life of a prop is when we come here and we do this show now 15 or 16 hours a day, we prop the other half of the time. When we're propping, it usually they don't ask us to play in no-limit games, and it's usually smart because you don't want to be, as a prop, you're always constantly bouncing up and down into different games. You don't really want to be doing that in a no-limit game, Dave. It doesn't make a lot of sense, like in a limit game.
Right. I mean, I happen to think our variance. I think variance is less in no limit than it would be in a limit game.
Right.
Because I don't think you necessarily need cards to win in no limit.
Right.
But obviously, your point is well taken. If you're sitting there for, if we play 45 minutes in a 30-60 game and then 30 minutes in a 20-40 game and 2 hours in this game, you don't
Or
really
how about
want to do that.
15 minutes in this game?
Yeah,
That's
you
what
don't
I mean.
really
It
want to
doesn't
do
make
that,
a lot
right?
of sense.
Especially because the first 10 or 15
Right.
minutes of most times when I sit in a no-limit game, I'm pretty much just sitting there watching the players.
Right.
But I happened to play this game a lot when I was down in Vegas during the World Series. The 2 games I would predominantly play were the 10-20 no-limit game at the Bellagio and the 80-160 limit game. were the two games that I predominantly played. I also played 50, 100, stud, high, low at the Rio. Were the three games that were pretty much my bread and butter down there. Well, up there, actually. I always think of Vegas is down, but I know it's up.
Pot is limped around here. King 8 deuce, couple of spades.
That's nice. I like it now. Check around.
Gets checked around. And turn is an 8, and David has picked up trips in seat 4.
Yeah, and nobody else has anything here, so
He's going to bet.
this should go bet, fold, fold, fold.
Betting 100.
Yeah, I can't imagine that anyone's
No.
going to call here.
Um,
Well, you wonder with all those sports games how in-depth they are with something like Madden with the soccer. If that tennis game like has a season of Davis Cup play, and
I'm
you know,
assuming
I'm
that
sure they
they're
have
all
that
amazing
stuff.
now.
Yeah,
I mean, I saw the
that'd be great.
NCAA.
I gotta go pick that up.
The NCAA one
Uh-huh.
actually has like, I mean, you can like the road to the Heisman. You know, you can like you get a guy and you train him and you do all these things and you make him a Heisman winner. And that's a great shot by Russ McGinley. I used to have that game, and we're referring to this old-time Nintendo. And I believe that's just the regular Nintendo or maybe Super, but I don't even think it is Super. Great shot there. And if people listening are not following on 2+2, you can go to 2plus2.com, spelt out. Go to forums, go to World Poker Tour and other tournaments, and click on the Live at the Bike thread, and you can follow along while you listen.
I used to play tennis for Game Boy, Dave, and that was a great game too.
Yeah.
You serve, volley, hit. You can pretty much win every point there. Serve, volley, 3 point.
And
3 hit
Jesus
point.
is back in
Yeah,
the
he's
house.
back.
He's back in seat 6 now. It looks. Oh no, he's leaving. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Jesus is leaving.
that's too
Because you
bad.
hold your card up by
He was taking the chip.
burn down.
So we're heads up here, 7-9 against Queen 8.
And then I just like to BB firing at it, and he took it down.
Yeah.
Nice bet there by him. But and I don't like to speak for you, Bart, but I do obviously know your game pretty well. And I would say that, you know, as far as where our bankroll is in terms of games, obviously you and I don't play the 400, 800 limits.
Right.
But up to 80, 160 generally. And I actually played the 25, 50 blinds no limit game at the Bellagio as well, which I liked. Very good game. And Bart is playing tennis now, folks. I'm sorry, the commentary is going to have to stop. Bart is playing tennis.
120 total.
Well, when they link it there's nothing I can do. Ali's going to come in for a raise here with Ace King offsuit in seat 6. Doesn't look like he might. And of course, when we talk about people eating, they tend to tighten up, Dave.
Yeah. Yeah, he
I don't know if you.
and you look at that, Dimitri won't even. He didn't even bother folding.
Yeah.
I think he said, "I fold," with chicken still in his mouth.
Thank you.
Thanks for that link, Scott Baio on 2+2.
I was playing.
But I definitely need to check that tennis game out for Xbox for PlayStation 2.
Yeah, because there was 600 people they were playing on it.
That's a good idea. I was like, I could rent it. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, most people now they rent games for a few days.
Well, there's
they
so
like
many
buying
games.
it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's just no point. There are very few games I find that I actually need to own.
Madden's one of them, all right.
Madden is one of the few games
Okay.
that I'll buy. And I've actually gotten to the point where I don't buy it every year. I buy it every other year. I bought it in 04, and now I bought 06. And
Ali has raised to 100. And David has called with Ace Queen, and Dimitri has called with Pocket Fours. And actually, you know what? Dimitri's good. I think he's going to re-raise here, Dave, with Pocket Fours. And Ali calls in a second.
did he just finish his food? Is that why?
Yeah, and David calls. So we have got a $1,200 pot that we have built up here.
To the flop.
To the flop. Ace, Queen, Deuce. David's flop, top 2 pair.
Well, this should be a pretty easy flop for everybody to get away from, but Dimitri might feel inclined to fire at it again.
See how David plays it. He's going to bet.
Betting 300.
Going to bet 300. And look at Ali. He's not pleased.
Well, that's Ali in a nutshell there.
Yeah.
You know, you didn't see him doing any of that when he has his pocket kings or his pocket aces.
Right.
And 4 spades come out there. But if he has pocket tens and an ace comes on the board, he flails his arms out like he's the unluckiest guy in the world.
So David choosing to bet right in, and he's betting pretty weak.
Yeah,
300 into a $1,200
Well, I think he's
pot.
kind of tempting Dimitri
To
did that
make some
check.
sort of move,
Well,
yeah.
Dimitri he did a check raise before and showed him a bluff.
Yeah.
And I think David's hoping he does the same thing.
Hoping that he raises here.
Exactly. He's trying to fish. He's trying to kind of bait the check raise.
Or beta raise here.
Exactly.
It's a $300 bet here by David with top 2.
Oh, he wasn't the small blind.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
see, he's bet right out.
So it was small, big, and under the gun.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think he also bet right in, hoping that Dimitri maybe has ace king, or hoping
Right.
Ali has ace king.
Right. Because, I mean, Ali quickly called the raise
Right.
from Dimitri. Dimitri lays it down, and Ali's going to lay it down.
And it's not a bad bet, because some people can go, well, why didn't he check that once? Well, let's be honest. You got to look at the flop and you go, okay, well, if the guy doesn't have you beat, if somebody has pocket kings there,
Yeah,
they're not oblivious to the fact there's an ace on the board.
right.
So it's not a bad bet. I mean, you're only going to get paid off by somebody either trying to bluff or somebody has ace king. Or a weaker ace, theoretically.
Why can't somebody call me?
And in the case that you get raised by something else, it's usually because you're beat.
Huh?
You guys very lucky. You got to be the worst.
The button, that white diskette, little puck thing, is in seat 4. That's Ross. I'm sorry, David. Seat 4. There you go.
Before that,
And small blind is $10. Big blind is $20.
Raise 90 total.
And Mo makes it $90 in early position. He's got pocket tens.
And back to what Barry was saying about making all your raises should be pretty consistent. Look at Mo's raise. Almost every single one is $90. Whether he has queen 10, jacks, king, queen.
Russell's made the call there with 7-9 suited, and Dimitri's in there with jack 7 suited. And we got about a $270 pot. King, jack, queen. Not a great flop for pocket tens.
Check around.
Although he is open-ended.
And he gets checked around the turns of 5. And this now gives Dimitri a flush draw and third pair.
Betting 200.
And he's going to bet 200. Look at this. Mo's got a smooth call.
Well, Mo has got the open-ended straight draw still.
And he might think that Dimitri's just throwing a little bet in there with a semi-bluff, maybe picked up some sort of draw.
Exactly. He might be putting him on hearts without the jack of hearts, obviously.
And Russ folds. And here we go to the river.
And Mo's going to be a non... That's not going to do it.
River's a deuce. Let's see how this plays out, Dave. See if Mo thinks... Yeah, it gets checked down. I was wondering if Mo might think his hand might win in a showdown. Dimitri checks to him, and he checks right behind him, but the jack is going to be good here.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing I've noticed about Mo's play over the past couple of months. People from our earlier days remember Jonas and Gore at the table. And Mo used to really make some advanced plays against those guys. And against his newer competition the last few months, well, I'll be honest with it. I mean, obviously, I have to think that the competition that he's been facing the last couple of months is of a lesser quality.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think, and you notice Mo's play, it's not nearly as entertaining for us.
Or
for anybody.
creative,
Or
because
creative.
it's just more straightforward, really.
He can't, and he says it. He goes, I can't get creative against these guys. It's pretty
Yeah.
much I have it, I don't have it.
Right, right.
You know?
Make it 60 total.
You can't make a move against the guy who doesn't understand what you're trying to do.
Right.
You're trying to represent
Heads up.
something and he's not paying attention.
$60 raise there by George with the 8-7. Dimitri calls it deuce 3 of hearts.
And same flop as last time, just different suits.
King, queen, jack.
But this time George has got the nut
Betting 100.
flush draw.
I call.
Dimitri bets 100, and George calls. He's got the flush draw, so he check calls with the ace-7 of diamonds.
If you have 2-3 here, what do you do?
Oh,
now-
look at this. The turn's a deuce. Dimitri has the best hand now.
Yeah, but George has got a whole bunch of outs. Any 7, any ace, any 10, or any diamond gives him the win.
easy.
If he was the pre-flop raiser, I'm surprised he checked the flop there, Dave.
Betting 200.
I am sure you're calling
And Dimitri's going to bet 200,
And I'm betting on mine.
and George quickly calls.
Wow.
So Dimitri's going to need to dodge a lot of cards here on the river. And the river is a 9.
Wow.
And George just mucks the hand. just mucks it, Dave. Doesn't even do anything. He just throws his hand away once he sees the river card.
And that's kind of my point. Mo has gotten to the point where, for me, it's a lot less exciting because I really used to really enjoy Mo mixing it up with really creative play once in a while. But I think he's kind of taken to, playing it straightforward is the best way to beat this game now.
Right.
And I remember early on in this game, you used to say that straightforward play doesn't really work in this game as much. But
yeah,
now
as the competition becomes weaker and weaker,
yeah,
it probably does. Because normally, when we were first starting to do this game, and it might just be the time of the season, we were having good players in there where they weren't going to call you with inferior hands that didn't have a chance of winning, like we see now.
And they were capable of making semi-bluffs for like a $3,000 semi-bluff and so forth. Obviously we see that once in a while with Dr. Beebe. Obviously last week we see it. But I definitely think the level of play is lower today than it was, say, 6 weeks ago or 2 months ago.
Ali has raised with pocket jacks, and Dimitri's going to call him with king 7.
20 more.
The $100 raise. Here we go to the flop. Deuce 4-5.
Yeah, Ali's a pretty straightforward player here. He's got an overpair. He bets it. He's got ace king. He raises. And you see Dimitri. Dimitri really likes to gamble. He has trouble. He doesn't even want to throw this hand away. King 7 in a cutoff seat calls a raise, and now he's having trouble throwing away.
What is he trying to hit here? He's got overcards.
He just doesn't want to. He doesn't want to lay down any hand. Yeah, I'll tell you one thing that's gotten me back into tennis. Sharapova.
Oh yeah. Oh wow. It's great to have someone who's almost as hot as Anna Kournikova and actually is a good tennis player.
Oh,
wins.
She's just smoking. She is smoking.
She did lose today, though, to the Belgian.
So basically, no reason to watch the finals.
Yeah. They got some great female Belgian players over there.
Damn, Sharapova. Wow, I actually like her better than Kournikova because she's so good too. You can actually expect to see her after the first round.
I actually started picking up a game, too, that's tennis-related that they play on Venice Beach. It's one of the only places they play it in the country. And it's actually called, we used to call it pickleball on the East Coast, but it's almost like, I think they call it paddle tennis out there. And it's a smaller court, and it's basically played with a wooden paddle and almost like a wiffle ball. And it's almost played similar to ping pong, where you're on the table running around hitting the ball.
So kind of like a weird thing of like ping pong.
Yeah,
or
and tennis.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a very fun game.
I had the blind, yeah.
And again, they have several courts on Venice Beach.
You know what I played yesterday? Not yesterday, 2 days ago for the first time in my life? I played golf tennis. Golf frisbee. Have you ever played that? I'd never played it. Somebody said, hey, go, and I just went down there for fun with my wife, actually, right before she went to Hawaii. And it was a lot of fun. I had a good time with it.
Not to get a hand, I got a hand.
It's a great drinking game. You go there, have a couple of beers, toss a frisbee around.
Okay, one action is not enough.
I think this is going to be a misdeal here, Dave. I don't know exactly what happened.
Yeah, it is. And the button now, we're going to do it again. We're kind of do a do-over here. Button is in seat 7, Dr. Beebe.
I think Allen was dealt into the hand, even though he had missed the blind in the last
there
round.
you go. So. And generally the rule on that is if there's, I think there's 2 or 3, if there's action basically, but if 2 or 3 players have acted, then the hand stays. But if nobody's acted, then or if only one person has acted, they'll just do a misdeal.
It's kind of like in baseball when the next pitch is thrown, you can't make an appeal.
Right, exactly.
Don't be so happy to get pocket aces. You see what happened to my pocket aces.
I never get them anyhow.
Kind of a common theme in sports. When a mistake is noticed after several legal things have happened, then sometimes that play is now legal.
Oh yeah, well, you see it all the time in football. You can't, you can't appeal. You can't
Right.
throw the red flag in to get a replay.
Right.
Alan, if you even had $1,000, I wouldn't call
Pot
you.
gets limped around here. We see it 4 ways.
Call, you shouldn't call before flop then.
Flop comes ace, 6, deuce,
Interesting.
couple of diamonds.
Yeah, Dimitri's got the nut flush draw here.
And someone else has
And
a
a
flush
pair.
draw. Seed 8 has the second nut flush draw with the queen of diamonds.
And I think Dr. Beebe's got an ace.
And Dimitri bets.
That's a big hand for Dimitri there. He doesn't realize that he's sharing diamonds and sharing 6.
He bets 150. BB makes the call with the weak ace, and Ed's going to come in there. If we see another diamond here, Dave, boy, fireworks.
Oh, yeah.
Fireworks for another diamond here. The turn's the jack of hearts. Ed checks. Looks like Dimitri has checked, I believe. Oh, no. He's going to bet 300.
That's a nice bet. That's going to put some pressure on Dr. Beebe here. And if somehow Dimitri can get Dr. Beebe to fold here, he will have the best hand.
With king high, if it gets just
No,
kind
he's
of
got a
checked
pair
down.
of 6s, actually.
Oh, he's got that pair of 6s there, too.
I mean, Ed'll still obviously... Nope.
BB calls.
And Ed's in real bad shape. Ed needs a queen. Only a queen will give him the win.
Well, that wouldn't give him the win if BB stays in there, right?
Oh, right. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
actually. Yeah, Ed is pretty much drawing dead, actually. Right.
See the river.
Apologize.
The river is an ace. Well, that's going to make BB stick around. It's about a $1,400
Now, you wonder if
pot.
Dimitri's going to kind of shut down here, figuring one of his players has to have an ace. You know, it's hard to put them both on diamond draws when you have a diamond draw also.
Well, you wonder, and if he checks here, what's the proper play for BB in last position with the weak ace?
Against those two players, I think you got to bet it.
Yeah, just hopefully someone will call you down with a weaker pair.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would imagine so. Against different players, you know, against a tricky player,
yeah,
you might not. But he's got these in position, right?
yeah. He is in position,
He's got the button.
but look, oh, he's going to check it. Yeah, BB is going to bet. So again, it's a $1,400 pot. And he's going to bet 1,000, and I think that's probably too much for Dimitri to call with just a 6.
Yeah. I'd imagine it is.
It's 1,000.
It's actually almost too much for anybody. You're not even kind of like baiting anybody to make
Call
a
with
move.
a jack or something, yeah.
Yeah. If he makes like a nice like $400 bet there, I mean, I'm a big fan of overbetting the pot.
Yep.
And hoping somebody's got, you know. But I'd rather overbet the pot there. Let's say I have pocket deuces. I overbet the pot hoping somebody has an ace. But in that case, if you want somebody to call you with a 6 or a jack, you gotta underbet the pot and kind of hope that somebody either makes a move or just decides to call you anyway.
Ringing or vibrate or what have you need to be turned off for the integrity of the game. Okay? All cell phones, what have you, it needs to be
And I like what
turned off.
Russ McGinley says here, talking about the tennis girls. He says Mary Pierce looks good if you don't have to look at her face. I maintain, Bart, you look good if I don't have to look at your face.
Oh, I see.
Why would you ask for so much for my family to get a hold
Kip
of me?
Kleisner's, you know, I kind of had the same opinion of her that Russ did, but she's not that bad now.
She's female.
Yeah, well,
I go through 6,000 minutes a month, and my family needs to get a hold of me. If it rings, I can answer my parents.
We have to be careful here. We might be viewed as male chauvinists.
Answer from my cellular
I do think we have
phone around in Morro Bay,
our
and,
viewing audience is probably at least 2 or 3% female.
okay.
I always, you know, my
No, I see.
There was a time there where I actually preferred watching the women's tennis over the men's tennis because I liked the rallying, and I thought the points lasted longer and it was more exciting. But the men's tennis.
But then you
is kind
came around and realized your senses.
Yeah. No, well, the men's tennis. Well, I mean, I really hated the era of like Pete Sampras. To me, it was really boring tennis.
Oh, see, I loved that. I loved the serve and volley game.
Yeah, I like the longer points. Like I'm really looking forward to the
So then
the
you like the
semifinal
French
of the Agassi.
Open then?
No, I loved actually this year's Wimbledon was fabulous with Leighton Hewitt and
Mo checked the jack
Federer.
from up front, and it got checked around on the flop, and now he bets into the turn. And another common thing, again, as we see, you know, somewhat weaker players, is a lot of people don't tend to play against Mo anymore either. That's the other thing too. He doesn't get a lot of action at
he
all.
used to. Well, it used to be a theme of, and he used to say, he goes, "I give action, and that's how I get action."
Right.
The problem is though is everybody at the table knows he's a good player. So
Yeah.
now, even if he gives action, he still doesn't get it. So he
Right.
just figures, he goes, "Well, I'm not going to give action anymore."
Right.
And
And he does. He plays a lot,
Lot fewer
way
hands.
fewer hands now.
He's definitely tightened up.
Yeah.
Played it much more ABC. And so forth.
And he's picked up pocket kings.
I mean, I really enjoy it.
And actually,
back to
seat
Wimbledon.
one's got pocket kings. Allen's got pocket kings. Remember, he busted out
Wow.
with the aces.
Well, Allen's picked up some big hands here. Let's see if this one holds up.
And Ed's
though.
going to raise here with king jack of diamonds from the cutoff. I think.
Allen seems to always get him in the small blind, too.
How much is the raise?
130.
130. And Allen's just going to smooth call with kings, Dave. And the guy to his left is going to call now, too. I guess some
And
of
Allen's
these guys
bought in for a lot
sometimes-
of money here.
Yeah, sometimes they don't learn with the slow playing, Dave.
Let's see
He's
what
got
happens here.
kings. You want to get those weak aces out, right? Well,
What was the raise by?
150.
I think he thought 150 would knock anybody else out. And I think it's three-handed.
Three-handed. Queen 7-5. Allen's going to check it.
He's trying to get the check raise in here. I don't mind this play.
George checks 10-6. And look at this, though. King Jack checks behind him.
Okay.
Oh, and the turn is a jack, and that might get Ed in trouble.
Now, normally I don't like the check raise, try and go for check raise, but Ed showed strength by raising free flop.
15.
Why not check it to him once, see if he'll bet it?
And he's bet 250 here. And Ed's going to need to catch a jack here to win, Dave. King would not help him, obviously. And the river is a 7. Allen bets 400. Now, Allen has kind of played this like he has a queen. I guess you might be able to put him on a jack here as well.
Problem
But
is,
remember,
you can put
he
him on
called a
clubs.
giant raise
Yeah.
pre-flop as well. So
King Jack looks pretty bad here if you're in Ed's spot. Yeah, I got to see it. Originally, I thought it was only like a $75 or $80 raise by Ed, but $150 raise. I don't mind a smooth call.
yeah,
Because $150, you're talking about a $130 raise over the limp in. Dr. Beebe's not going to call with what he limped in with.
and he did lay it down there.
And the fact that George is calling $150 with 10-6 spades,
Yeah,
I mean,
That's
that's
good. Yeah.
exactly,
Actually, that was a bad river got for you. Maybe flash or a 7.
It was bad, but I can't stop betting.
Yeah, I know. But what about
nice play there by him. Takes it down.
I'll fold. Simple as that. Very easy decision.
I'm actually really looking forward to the Agassi. Who's he playing against? The underdog guy?
When I raise you, you should fold.
the guy he begins with an M.
You know, I
the name
wouldn't
will
fold
come
you
to
if
me
I
here in
didn't
a
Yeah.
have
second.
just the end.
Small blind.
But that should be a really an exciting match in the sense of a lot of volleying.
Robbie, he's broken.
Well, not a lot of
lot of long
not a lot
rallies.
of volley.
A lot of long rallies. I mean.
Okay, a lot of ground strokes.
Yeah,
there you
exactly.
But I don't have
yeah,
to.
Why did you put 2? You should put 1.
No, 1.
go. Well, volleying is volleying. You know.
Well, there might be some volley. Won't be a lot of serve and volley, I suppose. So.
Watch him.
Thanks.
I'm just giving you a hard time, dude.
I'll take it as a compliment.
Only if you would have gone all in before the flop, and most probably I would lay down there.
Really?
Yeah, because I said
I don't think you would lay down. It wouldn't make any difference. It was only
Family pot
$300
here?
more. I raised you 500.
Limped around.
800,
Seven-handed here. We got a
500,
$140 pot going the flop.
Jack 9-7. Russ has got top pair.
George has
Jack.
picked up a open-ended straight draw here.
If you put me on pocket aces and called 500, you would talk.
Dimitri has second pair, and we've seen him play that pretty hard, or make calls that are pretty hard to make.
Ed also has second pair, and he also has trouble laying down second pair sometimes.
And Russ has bet about the size of the pot. He's bet 150.
And that kind of board, I like the bet. You got to figure somebody's got like an 8 or a 6 or a
Oh,
10.
Dimitri lays down the 9. BB mucks. Now again, if you want to make this type of call, if you're Ed, you've got to take, and he makes the call. I think you have to use a spade here if it comes on the turn. Well, actually, I mean, you've got to use a scare card here on the turn. You can't just say, I'm only
right,
calling for a 9 or a 3.
Right, you got to use ace, king, or queen as your scare
Right,
cards.
right.
Obviously, a queen is not going to help him,
Yeah.
but an ace or a king definitely would be scare cards, and you got to use those.
Oh, here's a queen. And,
Now, that could have been a scare card, but
yeah. And I think Russ is Russ checked from up front? And there you go. Ed's going to bet.
well, I mean, that's the obviously it's not going to work in this case, but that's the
Right.
play.
Right.
That's what you got to look at. You can't just call for 5 outs. You know, to
And
count
George
the ace,
was
the
in there
king,
with
and the queen.
8-6, the open-ended straight draw. And he's gonna raise all in here, Dave.
So that play might have worked a little better on the flop,
Yeah.
but now Russ is not going anywhere. I don't think so.
Well, the bet was 200 on the turn.
Because the queen's not going to make his hand. If he had the straight beforehand, he already had it. I mean, unless he somehow called with king 10.
King 10. You're right.
You know,
Yeah, if you
if he was in
examine
there
that.
with 10-8,
Yeah. He already had it.
he already had it. And if he called with, I'm trying to think, queen 10, okay, that's not going to help him. Now he's open-ended with a king, so.
It was a $200 bet there on the turn, and George has made it, I think, about 500 straight to go now.
What do you do if you're Russ here? Now, obviously, we're privy to the cards, so we can see this, but
The pot is $1,300.
top 2 pair out there.
Yep, the pot is $1,300, and it's $500 for him to call.
There's only 2 hands I'm really scared of. I mean, I'm scared of 10-8, and I'm scared of king 10. And
He's going to call.
Smooth calls that. And at this point, the
Now if
pot
you're
is
Ed.
about
1,800. Ed's going to muck. So George would need to catch here a 10 or a 5, right?
Yep.
So here we go to the river. The river's a deuce. Queens up is going to take it down. Queens and jacks.
And it's just not George's night.
Takes out an $1,800 pot there.
Yeah, wow. George is probably in for about $3,000 already. I mean, stuck about $3,000 already.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to rebuy again. Calling for chips. This is a very big game. I mean, you can easily, we've seen it time and time again, you can easily win 6, 7, 8 grand, easily lose that much as well. You know, if you have a bad month, you can very easily be down 25, 30 grand in a bad month.
But again, it's interesting to say that the variance in this game, I think, is lower than limit. The only thing is that you can take a gigantic hit one night where you can't in limit.
Right.
But in limit, you can go on a streak where
Well, you
it's
can-
just
right.
a big losing streak.
Well, you can also take a gigantic hit more than just one night, just one hand.
Right, in one hand, exactly. Yeah.
You can play like a genius the entire
Right,
night.
right.
You know, one bad hand and suddenly you've lost all your profit plus what you bought in for.
But again, even some of the best limit players in the world, I mean, and this is a figure in my opinion, is Greenstein said he only won 58%. It would be very difficult to win over 65% of your limit sessions, I would think, in limit hold'em. I mean, that's a very, very good number.
Yeah, 65, 60.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I aim for 2 out of 3 times is my goal.
Mm-hmm.
But I know Barry, his attitude is he doesn't really care how many times he wins. It's more important that when he wins a lot.
Right.
Russ here with top pair.
And someone has bet 200 here, and it's Dimitri. As a stone cold bluff, David, and it gets Russ to lay down the weak ace.
Well, Dimitri gets bored in this game. I think Dimitri just gets a little bit bored.
And is he going to show up? No, he doesn't
And
show up.
he gets bored and he just needs to play hands.
Yeah.
And it's going to work 9 out of 10 times. And the one time it doesn't work, he's going to get snapped off in
Yeah.
all likelihood.
I will do 10. I will take a draw. I will do 10. Same situation.
That's
I fold queen 10.
the guy from Goonies. What's his name? Sloth.
Sloth, yeah.
Sloth from Goonies. Kim Kleisner's there. Thanks, Chris.
Inside the straight, I don't chase inside.
Again, if you want to follow all this aside stuff while we fill the time of live poker, you can go to 2plus2.com. Spelled out. Click on forums. Click on World Poker Tour. And other televised tournaments.
Hey, once
Live
again, we
by
are
thread.
live. We are unedited, unscripted. I know you're probably thinking, this is not scripted. Amazing.
Yeah.
That's okay.
All the camera work you see here, all the cards you see put in here, it's all live.
Trying to say that, but,
No, I am.
We have an amazing team of technicians that do it right on the fly.
Yes, technicians.
Technicians.
we got a crease in
Technical
that
staff.
Can everybody see it? There's a
944 on the flop here. It was limped around, and Dimitri bets. Here again, Dave. Stone cold bluff. He bets $80. 5-9 suited.
looks like it's
Well, he actually has top pair. He's got the best hand.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, he's got the 9. And Alan's going to call. And George calls, so he gets a couple of other inferior hands to call.
Now, I understand Alan's call, but once Alan calls, how does George overcall?
Well, Alan would have to spike the case 5 here. Ooh, a 4 comes on the turn. And this might make them stand even more, Dave. I don't know. I mean, again, anyone with the 9 would beat them, but who knows what's
Right,
going to
exactly.
happen here.
And I understand Alan kind of saying, okay, come on, I don't buy it. I think my 5s are good. But George is overcalling behind them. There's no draw out there. You know? You know your deuces can't be good, right? Or you're just sitting in there waiting for a deuce. And at this point, George is actually drawing dead.
And if another 4 comes, Dimitri's going to win with... actually,
It'll
if
be
another 4 comes, it would be a chop.
Right.
Everyone would chop.
To win the pot, for Dimitri not to win this pot, actually, the case 5 would have to come out.
And George calls, and he is drawing dead.
Yes, he's drawing dead. He needs another 4 to chop the pot.
Yep, that case 4, like you said. And the river is an ace.
Really?
And what is George going to do here?
Say check.
Check.
And it gets checked down. And the 9's going to be good there, Dave.
Yeah.
I fold pocket 5s because I know he's got the 9.
And I think George cost himself on the flop there. Once Alan makes the call, you can pretty much safely throw away your deuces.
Yeah.
Was it number?
You know, Goonies is a movie I must have seen at least 100 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great classic.
Yeah.
Late 80s, that?
Actually, 1984, I believe. Or 85. Mid-80s.
Mid-80s.
Yep. The Cyndi Lauper song in the beginning. Yeah. Good times. And that was with...
Oh, look at the little Buddha. How cute. And that's Russ's Buddha. His little good luck Buddha.
Sean Astin was in that.
Yeah.
Rudy.
Rudy, and then now he's... who does he play in Lord of the Rings?
I'll take that seat. I'll take that
Which
seat.
one of his?
what
Which
was
one of the
that?
guys?
Alan's going to go.
Mary?
Go there. George
I wasn't a big
Am
Lord of the Rings guy, so I don't know.
Am I right?
What?
Dominate too much to be on my right.
And of course, Chunk.
Chunk.
I don't know. I just
Where
gotta
is
move
Chunk
on.
today? They should have a VH1, like, where are they now?
6 plates.
6-way action here, limped around.
King 10-7 Rainbow.
Russ has got top pair. In position, he's going to bet. Why not? $100 bet. Dimitri makes the call with second pair. BB is out. Russ, Allen is out. Looks like Allen's going to move seats.
Give me two. Can you move this to that seat?
What is in the?
That's good.
If
That's
George
good.
calls with the ace-8 offsuit in seat 2, George is in.
Yeah, he's
George is in with ace-8 offsuit in seat 2. Wow. The turn to 10 and Dimitri spikes trips. And he checks it.
Yeah, he turns trips there.
And Russ is not going to bet. And it gets checked around the river's at 3.
Let's see how much Dimitri bets here. Now, Dimitri's been bluffing.
Oh, he's going to check. And George bets with ace-8, it looks like.
Yeah, well, he has to bet to try to win this pot. It's not going to work.
And he's
obviously.
all in. I think it's only 200 more, Dave, so that's definitely not going to...
But the thing is, though, is that might get a call from Russ.
Yeah, if Russ calls, then Dimitri can actually check raise.
Yeah.
But Russ has got to figure he's going to fold because Dimitri's still in the hand, and Dimitri calls.
You call? Good call.
And that's one of the few times where checking on the river to induce a bluff works. Doesn't happen often, but that's one of the few times it did work. Nice play. Interestingly, there, had Dimitri bet out $200 or $300, he probably wouldn't have gotten called at all.
Is that a cigarito in George's mouth, who moved over to seat 1 now?
No, he just.
Might well be.
A cigarito is one of those things that a lot of times you'll have that little, that plastic thing on the tip that people smoke off of. Either that or it's a clove cigarette, but I can't imagine him smoking a clove.
Just a little update on the tables here. We have George now in seat 1. Seat 3 is still Russ. Seat 4 is still David. Seat 5 is actually Dimitri. Seat 6 is Alan. Seat 7 is Dr. Beebe. Seat 8 is still Ed, and seat 9 is Mo.
Where do you find your cigars at? Your cigars at?
You can buy the tobacco store, they sell only cigarettes and a cigar. You can buy it from the no place.
And George just lost to 700, so I guess he's rebuying again.
1,000.
We have a seat open, it looks like, in seat number 2.
Deuce.
Yes. WPT talk.
And he's rebought again.
Hollywood Russ in seat Trey.
Trey. Mo's got ace jack here, offsuit.
I think he brought it in for 70, Dave.
70, wow, okay,
Yeah.
so he's varying his raise there a little bit.
Or did he?
No, actually,
Oh, did he limp in? I thought the dealer said 70.
hasn't done anything yet.
Nothing has happened. And he's going to make it,
Looks like 150.
150.
150, and now obviously his raise is higher, but that's only because there are 3 limpers in there before him.
Now, BB's got 9-10 of diamonds here. Are they both deep?
So this is the problem. Out of position, do you really want to play a game against Mo?
Well, because you're not going to get paid off, obviously.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And that's the problem with sometimes having a reputation like Mo. Is
Right.
He's not getting action anymore. That can be a blessing or a curse. You know, his variance is probably a lot less these days. But he's certainly not. He's probably not having those $5,000 swings. But he's got to be happy just taking down, $60 here, $60 there.
Small blind.
You know what? You got the smoker. Look, the smoker.
We're playing kind of short here.
Smoker. Leave the smoker alone.
5-way, 5-handed.
Yeah, Allen's taking a break. He's going to wait till the button comes back to him. Wait till his big blind. And the button right now is in seat 7.
Dimitri limps in with 9-4 diamonds.
Little update. Obviously, we auctioned off the that pink tank top and the Ron Rose book, Superstars of Poker, and we raised $275. And we've gotten Ted Forrest and Tim Fan to sign it as well now.
Because the way you guys played it, I'm saying it's good.
George raised out of the blind with 6-3 of clubs.
He just
And BB has flopped top 2 pair here. And George leads. Kind of a weak bet here on the flop.
I bet he
could
raised.
have
50.
ace king, maximum.
$50.
Flop ace king.
BB going to just get tricky here. He's going to smooth call.
2 players.
Well, a la Dr. Beebe.
Turns a 3. That gives George a pair.
Yeah. He is actually drawing dead.
And he bets 100 now. BB continues to just smooth call.
Well, hey, he's letting him bluff at it. And George is completely drawing dead here.
And the river is an 8.
100.
$100. And BB just calls there again. He never raised one time. And George obviously could have caught a 3 there and he would have won, Dave. on the
Right,
river.
right, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
Interestingly, I just had this talk with Barry Greenstein.
Yeah.
And we're talking about, he was telling me how he doesn't really like to criticize players too much because, you don't want to get in their head and you don't want to be overly critical because obviously we are privy. We get to see the player's hands. But in the case of that hand, what is George doing? I mean, you bet 50, you get called. You bet 100, you get called. On the river, if you're going to bluff at it, you really think 100's going to do it? I mean, unless Dr. Beebe completely missed and Dr. Beebe had king queen or so, I suppose. But it just seemed like George was just giving money away there.
People call me when I walk out of here at night. They start calling me on the way home. Did you know that what did they give me advice telling me what to do? You know what? 2+2.com. 2+.
And Sean Aston was Sam. Okay, I was wondering. I wasn't
On
sure.
Lord of the Rings.
I get confused. Sam, Frodo, all of them. What is it? Sam, Frodo, Pippin.
Website, 2+2.com. They're watching this and they're analyzing the mind.
Limped around here again. 3-way action.
We were sitting down there.
7-7-8.
11
Yeah.
emails
David's got an open-ended straight draw.
that one of them said you got
Dr. Beebe still has the best hand here with ace high.
Because they know me. I'm working here a lot. They know me.
David's going to bet 80 and he's going to take it down. Well, how about BB not putting any more money in the pot, too, as well, on that hand? Now, I
Right.
understand what you're saying, bluff at it, but
And not
what is he
ra-
going to
not
be beat
ma-
by?
not
What
raise
about
the river.
raising it to 200 or 300 on the river?
Yeah, no, that's not a bad play.
You know, I just...
And you put the guy on like King Jack or something like that.
How about the guy raised out of the blind? How about an overpair?
Yeah,
Aces
no,
are
without a doubt.
kings.
Yeah,
You know?
without a doubt. Yeah, we know Dr. Beebe's always he always likes a slow play and he plays it pretty passive.
Yeah.
Odd the way that hand played out, obviously.
Oh, you change seats, Simon? Can I order cocktail for him?
Pocket jacks for Dimitri, and Mo's got ace jack.
I didn't know.
And BB comes in and limps with
Button is in
ace
seat
3.
1.
And Dimitri's got the big blind, I think, Dave. And he's going to raise out of the blind. 150.
Now, Mo just limped in there with ace jack. We saw earlier he raised it up. This time he just limps.
Oh, he's going to call with the ace jack.
Yeah, he's got position on him. I think Dimitri is somebody that Mo wants to mix it up with.
Right. And George calls on the button with king 6 offsuit. Wow.
Yeah, any two cards for George, huh?
Usually high and low offsuit are not a valuable hand. And he flops top pair. King 8-8, couple of clubs.
Yeah, what do we know, huh?
$500 pot. See the action.
The interesting thing there with George's hand, obviously we know now George's hand is good. But calling with a hand like King 6, and George is going to raise, I think.
Yeah, Dimitri bet 200. George moved all in for, I think, well, we'll see how much he's got left.
Probably another 700, I think.
I'll take a Red Bull, please. I call.
Oh, look at this. Dimitri's going to make the call.
I call.
Wow.
Maybe he thinks, he might be doing it with the flush draw.
You want to make a deal? No?
Yeah, and I think he's asking me if he wants to make a deal, so.
Exactly like that.
Oh, the turn's a jack. He spikes a full house on the turn. And the river's a 10. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, he says lucky.
And give George some credit there.
I think
You know,
it was only 300 more in the flop, so
Okay.
maybe that's why
Okay.
I called.
No slamming the cards down or anything for George. You just said nice hand and he flipped his card away.
I did check.
Real class there. He doesn't even look at him. I mean, he doesn't look that upset about it. Just poker.
Give me a hand.
And he gets up from his wheelchair and walks away.
Maybe that gave him some divine power. Dave and I looked at each other and we were like, he gets up from the wheelchair and walks away.
Hey, that's what we do here at Live Mike. We provide miracles every day. Email us with your miracle. We'll do our
That's something you
best.
don't see every day.
Rise out of the wheelchair. Interesting. And I was about to say, calling a raise, especially when somebody else calls with King 6, the problem is that you might very well be drawing dead. Because the problem is, let's say the first guy is raising with with pocket jacks, and the other guy has ace king or king queen. Well, then you are really drawing almost dead. I mean, you need 6-6, something like that.
David's got pocket queens and he's going to bring it in for a raise here, and he's on the button.
Yeah, at least I'm with the orange chips, you guys.
And how much was the raise there? Looks like 100. And Dimitri's going to call with 10-4 clubs.
Yeah, they're suited.
Alan's got ace-10 of diamonds. He calls.
I didn't know that.
Dr. Baby's in there now.
Oh, 6-8 of clubs and Ed with the 4-3 of spades. I mean, this is the type of hand you want to see there with the 4-3 of spades.
And if you're Russ, what do you do? See, I don't care how many players are in the pot here. If I'm Russ, I'm out.
Yeah. Oh, he's looking.
Yeah, see, some people, that's why people get caught up sometimes. They go, pot odds, I should call. You have queen 5.
Yeah.
You know? What are you hoping for?
So we got a $500 pot here brewing. 7-8-3.
Uh-oh, let's see if Dr. Beebe gets in trouble.
I don't think that he's going to get in trouble.
I'm not gonna send.
You're like me, I have short memory. I have to look 10 times.
And the person that might get in trouble is Ed here, the way that he's, he's got a running straight possibility, running flush, and a pair. And
Right.
to him, that's a draw. And he's going to check.
Rainbow.
And it gets checked around. David doesn't bet with the queens, Dave.
On the button?
He doesn't bet on the button with the queens.
How do you check that?
And the turn's a 9.
Well, now Dr. Beebe thinks he has the best hand.
Well,
now he's an open-ended straight draw as well.
But look at this. Allen bets with ace-10. He's got an open-ended straight draw, nut flush draw with the diamonds. And,
Actually, Dr. Beebe bet out of turn.
oh, did he?
Yeah. Well, he's also got a pair with an open-ended straight draw here.
No, Allen has bet
Allen did
400.
bet.
How do you not bet with queens there on the flop?
Now, I see some chips in front of Dimitri's. Are we sure?
Who has bet
Are we
here?
sure it wasn't actually Dimitri betting?
Maybe it was Dimitri.
It must have been. I think Dimitri actually bluffed the pot with a 10-4.
Oh, and the diamond gets there on the river, and it pairs the board, and Allen's got the nut flush.
And luckily for...
and Dimitri's going to keep firing.
yeah, well, he fired on the open-ended straight draw. He has 10-4, and he fired on that, trying to steal it. Allen called, Dr. Beebe folded, and David called.
Allen
Sorry
doesn't
about
look
that,
like
folks.
happy about it.
Well, it paired the board, so... he's worried of full house. Somebody's got a full house, maybe. And Dr. Beebe, he makes that laydown on the turn. And had he not made the laydown, he would have made trip 8s and might have gotten himself in trouble here.
Yep, Dimitri has checked now. Dave, I want to say the pot is about $1,500. And Allen's going to bet $1,000 with a nut
Well,
flush.
yeah, 1,200 went in on turn.
Yeah.
And there was a $100 raise,
It was-
and it went 5-handed. So we're looking at a $1,700 pot.
$1,700 pot. So now he puts $500 in there, so it's $2,200. And David really misplayed the hand. I mean, Allen wouldn't have been in there on the flop with ace-10 if he bet.
No,
How does he check the flop on the button there?
On the button, I don't see how you check that.
Yeah.
Did you ever like me?
It doesn't make any
Is he
sense.
scared of the check raise? I mean, what are you waiting for?
Remember, we actually saw this guy lay down the aces, Dave, in the first part of the show when
Well,
someone bet into him.
There's not much you can beat right now except the bluff. And with Allen betting, you know, I pick my spots better than this.
Well, the problem is not because you haven't bet on the flop, you don't even know if someone has an 8 or not because you never put any pressure on anyone to make a
Right.
call with top pair.
Exactly.
You know? I mean, the betting all went on the turn. So someone could be theoretically making this move with a 9.
Oh, without a doubt. Well,
You know?
David's put himself in a little quandary here where it's hard to really read any of these players because you don't know. They might have bluffed at the pot. The pot was $500 pre-flop. You know, are they bluffing at it with a 10 like Dimitri?
It's up to me.
Were they semi-bluffing with diamonds? Who knows?
Is he thinking to himself, well, maybe the guy to my left has an 8, he's going to call, and he's not going to see anybody. Everyone folds,
Wow,
obviously.
David throws it away.
8, king 8.
And Allen's going to show the nut flush. And again, I mean, it's more surprising. People would be shocked at the table to see what David had actually, that hand, the way that he played it.
Oh, shocked.
I mean, it was ridiculous.
Well, to raise $100 on the button, get
Yeah.
called in 4 spots, flop comes out 8-7-3.
Yeah.
It's somewhat coordinated board. I'm surprised you give a free card.
And then, not only that, but and then you kind of allow what appears to be one of those kind of stop bets on the turn occur. Now, if you're saying to me, I'm slow playing the overpair, and now a 9 comes, and someone puts in a meager bet, and you've got 2 callers, and you still think you have the best hand? Do you
Yeah.
think he just threw a crying call there on the turn?
Yeah, you know, I agree
You
with
know,
you.
it's-
I agree with you. I mean, give him credit, though. If he's going to play the hand that way, if he's going to play it that passively, at least get away from it in the river.
Yeah. And this pot is going to be limped around here.
7 things.
7-way action. Queen, 10-4. Couple of spades.
The 2 players have Jack-9 here.
Easy.
Both of them are open-ended here.
And Ed has a red Jack-9, and he bets. Seat 8. $140. And David is going to call with top pair. Again, that black chip, those black chips are $20 chips. You usually don't see that at this game.
Kind of a good-looking chip, I tell you. Black with like little green stripes.
My favorite chip is actually ones that you never see out in play, which are the $25 chips. Not the purple ones, but the pink ones that they use in limit games.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the purple ones get a little oily.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you.
Or excuse me, no, maybe the pink ones are $50 chips.
Yes,
$50 chips, excuse me.
I was wondering
Yeah,
why.
yeah, because why would there be two different
Yeah,
colors?
the pink ones, like kind of like the almost hot pink.
Yeah.
Aren't they?
Yeah. And we've got a four-way action still here.
Yeah, well, a lot of draws out there.
Well, the turn is a jack. So now they've picked up pairs with their straight draws. Allen, he called with second pair. His hand doesn't improve. And Ed continues to lead. He bets 200.
200.
And that's into about an $800 pot. So the pot's now about $1,000, $200 to call.
And this is one of those cases where, I mean, and we say it time and time again, it's a raise or fold game. If you think your hand is good.
And David mucks. He mucks with the queen.
Well, it's like I said, it's a raise or fold situation. I don't mind the muck there. Queen 8 is not a great hand into that kind of board. It's very easy for somebody to have two pair here.
And Dimitri's going to call. And now, is Allen going to call? He only has a 10. And again, I mean, like you said, this type of board, even if a 6 comes on the river, you still don't know if your hand's good.
No, exactly. It's
If
very
you've got
easy
10,
for somebody
6.
to have Jack 10, Queen 10.
No problem.
Somebody could have King Queen. I mean, there's so many cards here that somebody could have.
It's a $1,200 pot, $200 for Allen to call. He's going to muck it.
Good lay down there by Allen.
So unless one of these players bets each other off of the hand, it's going to be a chop pot. Look at this. They asked, do you want to chop it?
And this is going to be chopped down.
The river's a 5. And he bets 100, and that's obviously going to get called. And
I'd imagine
let's
so.
take a look at how Dave looks when these cards get turned over in seat number 4. He's got to be disgusted. But wait a minute. Is Dimitri reaching for chips to possibly raise?
Put a little check raise in there?
No, well, he's in position.
Oh, we'll put a raise in there.
Ed's bet 100 here. And he's going to raise, Dave. He's going to make it 400.
Nice play here by Dimitri.
300
Now, is he thinking that he can't win his hand in a showdown?
I would imagine he's putting Ed on a queen. I mean, Ed's bet it the whole way.
I don't think you want to do that.
He's kind of. I think he's hoping Ed has spades and that he missed.
Well, he's going to get called, so we're
Gets
going to
called,
chop it
wow.
up. And again, Dave can't be pleased, but he put himself in a tough spot.
Yeah. And it was interesting. Remember Wednesday night? Wednesday night was Barry night, I guess you could call it. Here on the Live at the Bike. Barry Greenstein we're talking about, obviously. And afterwards, I had a really interesting conversation with him. We spoke for about 45 minutes to an hour about poker theory and all these different things, and about the commentary. And we were talking about obviously the difference between knowing the cards, which is what we are at, and being out there where you have to obviously guess and play the players and so forth. But it was interesting. I started talking to Barry about the difference between his game and where he plays the 400, 800 game, where he knows every player's ins and outs. I mean, he knows, what flavor of bubblegum they're chewing. He knows where they're from. He knows how much they play. He knows everything. To a game like this where the players don't know each other as well and the players are clearly of lesser skill. And where pretty much it becomes more of a raise or fold game and it becomes more of an ABC type game. And I guess that's how I'm alluding to the one time where George was kind of bluffing into Dr. Beebe. And personally, if you know Dr. Beebe and if you watch this or if you sit with him for more than an hour, you pretty much know he's not calling $100 bet on the turn with just a straight draw, especially without a flush draw as well or any pair. You also know you don't need to bet the river because Dr. Beebe won't bluff at it, generally speaking. If he misses his draw, he'll probably just check it down. So that's why in that case, regardless of whether I'd seen the cards or not seen the cards, I think it was a bad bet. We've got a new player in seat 2 here, and his name is Sam. Sam I Am. And it looks like he's bought in for, I think I heard $1,400. And Dimitri there is building himself quite a little castle of chips. There, Dimitri's in seat 5 there, wearing the metallic green shirt. And we get a flop here, limped around, four-handed. It's got $80 pot. And Ed has flopped a straight. And Dimitri has a flush draw. He's got clubs. Ed bets $80. And Dimitri's going to call. Alan's going to lay it down, and so is Dr. Beebe to get out of the way here. Pot is now $240 to the turn. And Ed can't like that card. That now gives a one-liner to the board, so any king would give a straight as well. But Ed's going to bet it. And he bets $400. And Dimitri now has got to look at it and try to figure out if his club is worth going for. Obviously, he does not have odds to go for it. Pot is $240 and a $400 bet to call. So we're talking $660 pot, $400 to call. And Dimitri's got 9 outs. Actually 8, but that's only because we can see the 9 of clubs in Ed's hand. So even if he thinks that he has 9 outs, there's no way he has enough to call. It's also a matter of, are you going to get paid off? And he's going to call. Wow. Pot is now $1,060. Red 3 on the river. Red 3 of diamonds. Dimitri gets a pair, but that's not going to do it. And Ed takes it down. He bets another $400 on the river and does not get called. That was about $1,100 pot. $1,060 to be exact. Once again, we are live at the bike. I'm David Tuckman, here with Bart Hansen. And we are really excited. We're actually changing our schedule up starting September 12th. We'll be going to Monday through Friday from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Pacific time. Button is in seat 7, Dr. Beebe. Small blind is $10. Big blind is $20. And first to act is George there in seat 1. And Russ is raising it up here. Not quite sure what he has. We'll take a look at it in a second. And he's got Queen 10 of clubs. He raises it up. And everybody folds until Mo, who smooth calls him with Ace King, decides not to raise, and they're going to go heads up here. And it goes check, check. And it turns a deuce. Let's see if anybody bets here. Goes check, check again. And the river's 7 of clubs, and Mo's got the best hand here. He's going to take it down with ace high. 2 pair there. Hold'em, you play your best 5 cards out of 7 cards here. So both players have 2 pair jacks and deuces. But Mo has an ace kicker, and Russ there had a queen kicker. Sam's got that toothpick look going on.
How you doing?
And a whole lot of hairspray. That's some like super gel.
You can start this one. You have to be minimum 21 years of age.
The first thing you need to do is not to know how to play poker.
And we get it limped around here 4 ways, $80 pot. And interesting there, David decided just to play it a little slower there with ace king. Flop comes out queen jack 5, couple of clubs. He's got a gut shot now on overcards. Ed has the best hand here with a jack. And he's going to bet it. And it looks like an $80 bet and an $80 call. So we got a $240 pot to the turn. Turn's a 9, but it's a club. Might be a little scary card for Ed, but Ed's got 2 pair now. And he's going to bet 200.
Well, Dave's got the king of clubs in his hand, obviously.
Yep.
And he's
Dave
gonna
is
make
still
the
in
call.
hand. He calls. He's going to need a 10 or a club.
And the river is an ace.
And that's a card that might get him in trouble.
He checks. And Ed's just going to check it down there with the 2 pair.
And I think the ace obviously scared Ed a little bit. He thought maybe I was getting called with ace jack or ace 9 or something. I don't want to get nabbed here. Maybe the other player, maybe David, was scared of their clubs as well, which slowed him down.
And now Mo has the button. And again, boy, we really haven't seen him play a lot of hands.
No, his old nickname, for people watching, for new viewers, his old nickname actually was Action Mo.
Right. Pocket kings for Dr. Beebe there, it looks like, in seat 7. And he's grabbing chips.
Yeah, and Dr. Beebe only raises about 3 hands a night.
Yeah.
And you can kind of count him. You go, okay, he raises pocket jacks, he
Ooh, and
raises
he's
pocket
made
kings.
a big raise, 180 to go.
Now, they're worth, I want to say, 3 limpers. So a normal, let's say this would be a normal raise would say 90. You'd want to make it at least 150.
Well, I mean, and I was going to say, when you've got people calling with a lot of hands like George, he calls with 7-9 suited. And David calls with ace-jack.
And sure enough, look at this.
Dimitri's got 7-3 suited. I wouldn't be surprised if he calls now.
It's you know what, when there's so much, basically in a game like this, there's so much pre-flop equity, in the sense of you can really take advantage of these players pre-flop. It's worth it to come almost overbet the pot.
And look at that, he says, I have to call. And Allen, with queen-jack off suit, the action's on him now. And 180 times 5 is 900. So $900 in the pot.
And that's
now.
amazing. I mean, $180, like it's nothing. I mean, the
Right.
blinds are only 10-20 here.
Yeah.
We're talking 9 times the blinds.
Ace 6-8, and David's got the best hand.
There you
Couple
go.
of diamonds.
And just like that, Dr. Beebe's kings go up in flames.
Well, the 7-9 has got an open-ended straight draw here,
Yep.
too.
Check.
And Beebe takes the card here. He's not going to bet. And the turn is a deuce.
Well, you get called in 4 spots if you have kings and an ace flop.
Yeah, it's tough.
That's a tough spot to bet into.
David is checked again with ace-jack, and Beebe checks again. And the river is a 7, giving a couple people pairs. And now David bets 300 with the ace-jack.
Yeah, I'm really surprised David didn't bet that. I mean, he doesn't have a diamond in his hand. Now, obviously, nobody else had a diamond either, but he played it real passively.
Well, I mean, Dimitri has a pair of 7s now. The action's on him, but he's got 3 people behind him, Dave. 3 people behind him. It's a $300 bet. The pot is now $1,200, 300 to call.
Yeah. I think players that normally play against Dr. Beebe, or almost anybody, the way Dr. Beebe's played this hand, he's really played it like he has jacks, queens, and kings. The ace came out, he goes, I'm not betting.
I believe you got me.
And again, Dimitri only has a pair of 7s with a 3 kicker.
Oh, it's almost like watching Gus Hansen in a weird way of like he just does not want to let the hand go.
No, he doesn't want to let the hand go at all.
Well, it is a $900 pot. I mean, actually $1,200 pot, only $300 to call.
You 7 king.
And he's going to muck. Now, obviously, Allen... Well, Allen doesn't have anything, right? No, he's got nothing. He's counting chips out. I mean, I've never seen Allen make a move like raise here in all the time we've been watching.
It would be a great spot for him.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be a tough call for David.
And now BB, he might think that he might be forced to call here. Again, $1,200 pot, $300 to call.
To be honest with you, I wouldn't have minded. I mean, obviously, I don't mind the way Dr. Beebe played this hand, but I wouldn't have minded a little bet by Dr. Beebe in the turn to see where he's at.
And he shows Allen the kings, and he's going to let him go. And now George, though. George makes the call with a pair of sevens. And David's going to take down a $1,500 pot.
That was a winning hand. That was a winning hand.
Wow. It's almost like playing a slot machine. He just kind of like, went down and hit his number.
Right.
Got lucky.
He gave us lots of free shots, though. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I would do it. Nice right now.
Would you turn the headphones down? So now George has the button there in seat number 1.
Raise. I give 100.
And Ed's going to raise here. He's going to make it 100. He has ace-4 offsuit.
Call.
George calls. He's got ace-queen on the button. Now, again, Dave, you see a lot of people coming in pre-flop. I wouldn't have minded even a re-raise there on the button with ace-queen.
Yeah, especially having position. Why not?
Yeah. And everyone calls. So 5-way action.
Problem is ace-queen, big cards like that, they don't play well in a multi-way pot.
Yeah. 5-way action here. 4, 5, 7.
Check.
BB's got top pair and a gut shot.
Check.
He's going to check.
Bet 250.
And the
And-
original raiser, Ed, bets. He's got ace-4. He picked up a pair. He bets 250. It looks like there was a muck and a muck. Action's on Allen with ace-deuce. He's got a gut shot wheel draw. But if a 3 came, it would make anyone with a 6 a straight. He's going to muck. And let's see if BB calls. He is going to call.
I got 2 pair. What am I going to do?
So that would have been a good place for a raise by Dr. Beebe. Now, obviously, we see the cards, but still a good place. If you put the guy on big cards like ace-king or ace-queen or something like that.
Well, now the turn's a king, and that's going to be scary.
Exactly. And that's the problem with playing like something like 7-8. What do you do on the turn? Because more often than not, an overcard is going to come.
Now, this is a spot where Ed really needs to bet here if he gets checked.
Oh, without a doubt.
And he does.
And that's
He bets
That-
200.
against most players, that wouldn't be enough. I'm not sure if it'll be enough against Dr. Beebe, and it is.
And it's
Maria!
And Dr. Beebe, I mean, I hate to harp on it. Obviously, we see the cards, but if you're going to play 7-8 of hearts, if you're going to call a raise, and you're going to call a flop, you got to play it a little more aggressive. Step it up. You really got to step that up.
And the rabbit cam is a 6 of clubs.
What do you want, Alan?
So he would have made the straight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he didn't even need to. His pair of sevens was enough.
Big blind.
He was going on straight.
But if you're going to play 8-7, let's say you put the guy on a big pair like that, ace-king or ace-queen, why not throw in a check raise on the flop?
And you guys, anybody else want a drink? Oh, Red Bull.
He also
for him,
bet,
Red Bull
too.
for me.
Right
you
into
could
the guy.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
There are a lot of ways you can play the hands. Checking and calling is not my favorite way to play it.
Wait a minute.
That was Hollywood Russ. Those were Hollywood Russ's cards there in the small blind.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, once again, the interesting thing is that you and I have watched probably 11 or 1,200 hours
Because I missed his call.
of live poker now. And I don't know any player that checks, it's pretty much a calling station, checker and caller, as a winning player.
No. Like you said, again, this game is... I mean, one of the early strategies that you could tell a beginner in this game, in any no-limit cash game, is, of course, we're talking about pre-flop hand selection, playing hands in position, but never call. Just as a thing, just to teach them a lesson early on in the small games.
Without a doubt.
Never call.
Same
Fold
thing you
or
could,
raise.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
a tournament as well. If you're playing in a tournament, it's your first few tournaments before you start learning how to, mix it up, obviously.
Right.
It's a great mantra to go by, raise or fold. If you think your hand is the best, then raise it. If you don't think your hand is the best, then fold it. Don't draw, don't.
Dave, we got our first straddle of the night, and it's in seat 5. So it's now $40 to call.
Yep, there's $70 in there blind now.
Yeah. And Dave in the small blind's got pocket queens. And Russ has got ace-jack. He makes the call.
And David just called.
Did David just call in the small blind with queens?
Big blind.
In the big blind?
He just smooth called with queens. Now, that is a way to play it. Let's see what happens here. Wow. I mean, there's $160 in the pot. I'm surprised he didn't.
There's a lot of money in there to be won. 5-9 so he's got the overpair. And he's going to throw a bet out here.
Check.
Oh, no, he checked it. Did he check?
Every 5 minutes.
He's counting out his
He's
chips
counting
here.
his chips out.
Looks like about a $200 bet.
100.
100, okay.
$100 bet.
And the pot's 160, so.
And look at George. He's going to make the call with Jack-7 of spades.
Well, he's got a pair draw.
That's a
Wow.
And a backdoor spade draw.
And the turn's a 10, so he's picked up a gut shot now.
Yeah, he's going to need an 8, actually. It's the only card that'll give him the win.
And he's pretty much all in here for 150. And, I mean, why not push all in on the flop or pre-flop or something? Why call the flop and now just call all in on the turn? And he does. And Deuce of Clubs comes on the river, and Queens is going to be good.
I got to tell you, I'm one thing that's getting me a little crazy and a little fed up with it. I hear some people want to defend. Some people get on us for being critical of players.
Right.
But we've been watching George now for a couple of hours. Pretty much without. Well, he's playing him. He's the definition of a donkey in this game. Just giving money away. I mean, he's only buying in for about $700 or $1,000 at a time, but he's just giving it away.
So you big blind. So you big blind.
And George is going back into his pocket and buying the minimum,
1,000
Dave.
behind.
And with his style, it's tough because the minimum
You
he's
might
going
as
to
well
call
throw it on
off.
the table and
Yeah.
burn it. I mean,
Yeah.
it just.
Small blind, right?
I mean, it looks like a really nice guy, and I'm sure he is really nice. I have no doubt. And obviously, while I'm attacking his poker play, I'm not attacking him personally. But his play is atrocious.
Call. Can I get chips for him, please? Get chip over
I mean, we've seen some pretty bad play over the last 8 months.
Yeah. Well,
And his is, I think, on par with some of the worst we've seen.
Well, this pot is limped around here. 5 ways, 3 flush, ace, 9, 7, all diamonds. And seat 4, he's flopped a flush out of the small blind, a small flush, 8 high.
It's not, and look at that. Allen's got the nut flush draw with the king of diamonds.
He checks, Allen checks, Dave checks,
And David checked
and
the flush.
everyone checks. Now the turn's a jack, so he gives away a dangerous card. Now he's going to bet.
Now, George has made a pair of jacks here,
Wait, 120.
which might be enough to get him in trouble.
He's bet 120. Allen's going to call.
Yeah. It's one of those things, you give him just enough rope to hang himself.
120.
Ed has the 5 of diamonds now. He's not going to chase it.
I would like to see Allen bet that flop, actually. I mean, obviously, it wouldn't have worked, but...
Yep, and George makes the call, Dave.
Yep.
And he's drawing totally dead.
How much for me? 20.
And Sam had posted behind. He's going to muck. Russ, I'm sure, is going to be out. And Dave's going to need to dodge a diamond.
And Dave just... Wow, it's just called around. Okay.
The river's a 3.
Anyway, nice to see you here. If you want, every Friday,
And Dave's going to bet.
And sometimes you can kind of look at the way people look at their cards.
He bets 100.
Raise, make it 4.
And look at this. Allen's going to raise as a bluff. He missed the flush. He's going to make it 400, unfortunately for him.
Well, that might save George.
And the thing is that if George calls here, now if you're David, you got to throw, maybe a value re-raise in there from up front, right? I mean, you can't think that a couple people have flop flushes, do you?
Yeah, you know what? To be honest with you, obviously we see the cards seized first. If I get a raise in the river like that,
Maybe you think that the guy flopped
well,
a
I'm just
flush?
going, well, what's he going to call? If I re-raise him, what's
Yeah.
he going to call me with?
And David just smooth calls
Yeah, I
here.
don't mind that call there.
Okay. No, I was saying if George called. If George called in between.
But the same
Not-
thing, though, what am I going to get called by, though?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Is somebody going to call me down with an ace or something? Maybe 2 pair, I guess. I like to see Allen trying to mix it up there, though. Allen took a shot at it. Didn't work, obviously, but hey, took a shot at it.
Small blind, big blind.
he's definitely been playing more aggressive over the last month and a half. We saw his play, the level of his play, obviously, at its low point probably 2-3 months ago.
Yes.
But his play has really improved.
That button didn't move, did it?
Yeah.
Playing a little more aggressive and mixing it up.
I got to tell you, when I flop a small flush from early position, Dave, that's a hand that I really drive with.
Yeah.
And that's my style.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like you said, I mean, most people expect you to check the flush.
Right.
So when you bet it, they don't put you on it.
And once again, you're not necessarily concerned. Well, I mean, in that spot, you are concerned with someone with a higher diamond. But if someone
Right.
doesn't have a diamond and another diamond comes, not
It kills
only
you,
are you
actually.
scared of betting, but no one else is going to bet, probably, unless they have you beat.
Yeah. There's a lot of reasons for it. I mean, let's say somebody, last hand, somebody had an ace. You know, if another diamond comes out there, you're not going to get paid off.
And everyone checks here on the flop, on the turn, and on the river. And BB and Allen both have 4s. And it looks like it's going to get chopped up there. 4s and queens with an ace kicker.
Has anybody seen the score on that Ohio game yet?
It's interesting. I'm looking at a little something Kevin Math talking about playing a play money game on the internet. You know, and you play for fun, just for
Right.
your play money. And because a couple of people are asking me that is it a good learning? Is it a good way to
Is there
learn
any
the game?
value in it?
Yeah, and I'm not sure what your view of it. My thought of it was generally that if you want to learn the rules of a game, okay, it's not a bad way to learn the rules.
Yeah.
But if you actually want to learn how to play, you've got to play for something, even if it's 25 cents, 50 cents, or $1, $2.
I actually think there was a new commercial out from PokerStars. Well, there's always been that commercial out with Raymer, but I saw one when I TiVoed the World Poker Tour on Wednesday night, where he was talking about, and it was the first time I'd seen it, learning how to post blinds and learning the flow of the game. And they can't advertise their money side, but they're actually talking about play money. And I think in that case, it makes you a little bit less intimidated to hop into a real money game.
Oh, without a
just
doubt.
knowing the flow of the game and how it works.
Without a doubt.
Yeah. But in terms of strategy, and I'll get to it after this hand, Ace King 10 here.
Ed's got the best hand here. That's $110 into it.
110.
George's got a gut shot, but once again, if a jack comes, is he really going to get paid?
Well, he made the call. He made the $100 call. I had bet in there with the King 5. George made the call with Queen 9. The turn's a 3 of hearts.
And it's one of those times where if you're going to call with Queen 9, why not raise with it? Because Ed might just lay the hand down.
If he doesn't have an ace, yeah, it's very
Exactly.
difficult.
In this case here, I mean, obviously we know it, but it's one of those.
And George calls again, and the river's a queen. And now it's a one-liner to a straight.
And of course, that's going to shut everything down.
And it gets checked down, and Ed's going to take it down there with the king. And then the other thing, too, Dave, is you're looking at it, and it's like, when Ed turns over King 5 to win that hand, and then George mucks the hand, this is another skill. You've got to read the hand, and you can deduce that George is really kind of a weak
Nice
player.
work by Ray there.
Yeah.
Really nice work by Ray.
Because what possibly could George have had to not win the hand there when Ed turns over King 5?
Right.
That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. To know to bluff at it and everything. And obviously, I'm ripping on George, and I'm ripping on his play. And obviously, you've got to look at it the other way and going, he's just coming down here to have a good time. He's not a professional poker player. He's here to, maybe throw a couple $1,000s away and just have a good time, which is fine. I'm totally fine with that.
Ooh, a couple of big hands here. Now, Ed's got pocket queens in the small blind. Mo in the big blind has ace king. And the new player in seat 5 who's posted has ace queen. And seat 1's got pocket 10s. And seat 2 has pocket 4s. Wow.
And
oh, boy.
Lorenzo there in seat 5. He's a new player. He's got the glasses on.
Raise.
And he's going to raise it up with ace queen.
I guess George limped in with the 10s, and he's going to raise with the ace queen. Now, this is going to be interesting. If Ed re-raises here, what does Mo do with the ace king out of position? Now, Lorenzo's raised to 80. Now, let's say Ed makes it 200 or 250 to go here with queens. What's Mo going to do here with the ace king out of position? And he's going to raise it. He's going to make it 280.
And let's see if Mo just gets away from this.
That's what I'm saying. He's out of position.
Problem is, even if he puts Ed on queens, he might put Lorenzo on like ace king also, or something like that, which kills some of his outs. And I'm sure George is going to play this too.
He's going to call. Yeah, and George calls with the tens, and his chip stack continues to whittle away.
And
now Lorenzo, he might fold. If he knows anything about Mo, if Mo calls that, I got to think my ace queen.
Wow, a nice laydown by Lorenzo.
Yeah.
And Sam laid down his pocket fours as well. Nice laydown by Lorenzo.
So we've got about a $900 pot here.
I want to say it was
Jack 9-7.
Yep.
And this again could get George in trouble.
Queen's still in the lead.
Here it is right here. Here it is right here.
He's going to bet 300 into a $900 pot.
And that's a pretty small bet. You want to try to protect your hand a little better than that, I think.
Tomorrow's the big game.
Wow, Mo's going to smooth call. And George calls.
I got an $1,800 pot.
$1,800 pot. Oh, the turn's an ace. And Mo's stuck in there.
Well, Ed made the price pretty cheap, $300 to win $1,200.
Yeah, if Ed had bet $700 or $800, I don't think Mo would have called, obviously.
Well, yeah, bet the pot. Why not?
So it's an $1,800 pot now, and Ed bets like $450, it looks like, or maybe $400. So it's $2,200, $400 to call. And let's see what Mo does. He's going to smooth call again, and George calls the rest of his chips.
Yeah. Now Mo is a little more advanced player in the sense that he's smooth calling there not because he thinks he might have the worst hand. He's smooth calling to induce a bluff on the river as well.
$2,600 pot. The turn's a six. I mean, the river's a six of spades.
And sure enough, he's going to get him to bet again.
And he bets $300 into a $2,600 pot, and Mo just calls. And he's going to take down almost a $3,000 pot there with ace king.
Yeah. Take it down, Mo.
Take the side, take the main.
That's a pretty interesting play. I like the play down the turn, actually, by smooth calling. Even with George behind you, you can't give George too much credit because you're not sure what he can have anything, obviously. But he smooth calls there, and he induces another $300 bet out of Ed there. I'm not surprised he didn't raise the river. He only had one pair in the end of it all.
Well, and Ed priced it out for him so well. It's $300 into a $2,600 pot.
Yeah, you're going,
at the
okay,
end.
it's not bad. And once again, there's also a big difference, obviously, between being a commentator and being at the table. Oftentimes you and I will play with players that are giving money away who are there just to have a good time and don't really care about the money.
Now, people might...
And I was just going to say, those players, hey, I'll get mad at somebody if somebody criticizes their players because I'm going, they're just here to have a good time.
Right, at the table, yeah.
Yeah, they're having a good time and don't get on them.
Now, Mo, some people might say, why not put a little value raise there on the river? But if he raises the river, obviously it opens himself up to a re-raise by Ed, who is pretty deep chipped.
Yeah.
Now, not necessarily Ed's going to do that because he's been playing pretty weak, but I think Mo is just like, you know what, pot's big enough. Let's have a showdown.
Yeah, no, obviously.
10-8-3 here on the flop. I believe Mo bet with ace-8 when it got checked to him. Alan's got an open-ended straight draw. BB's got queen-10. Oh, and the turn's an ace, and Mo's hit aces up. But it's a third spade.
Bet 200.
Mo's going to bet 200 again. It gets checked to him. Now, BB's got a red queen-10. Alan's going to muck, and BB mucks.
Mo takes it down.
Now
There's also another point with Mo. I'll just throw something out at you. Being the host of a game, there's also something to be said for not, bleeding every chip at every chip out of somebody.
Right.
There's no real point. I mean, yeah, he probably could have check raised him another $300 or $400 and gotten paid off on the river there. But it's also a matter of the fact that Ed plays this game regularly. Mo calls these players in, and he doesn't want to stick it to him.
I give you this.
He wants to keep his good guy image.
What line you pick mine?
Yeah, I picked the right one. With ace. I know, I gotta show it's gonna be there.
Mo's got ace-9 offsuit on the button. And BB's got ace-king. Seat 7. Lorenzo's going to limp in with ace-deuce suited. Allen comes in, queen 10 offsuit. And BB just limps Dave with the ace-king, it looks like.
In late position.
Yep.
That's not a bad time to
And look
raise
at this
there.
now. Mo lays ace-9 off down with a multi-way pot.
Well, on the button.
Yep.
Well, ace-9 offsuit does not play well multi-way.
Yep. Deuce 3 queen. Allen's got top pair.
Bet 50.
And George has bet here with Jack 4.
Yeah, he's on a pure bluff here.
Allen calls. And BB calls. Well, it's almost like limit in that case where Allen might want to raise to get BB out of there.
Oh,
The turn's
yeah.
a 7.
Kind of monkey see, monkey do, you know.
Yeah.
Dr. BB just watched Mo hit his ace on the turn with ace-king.
Allen bets 100. BB calls again. And George, I think, is done. He's going to muck. And the river's a 6.
Check.
Allen's going to check.
Sit on.
And BB just checks right behind him. And it's interesting how that board came out. You know, the 6 there on the river. If BB was on something like a straight draw, I think if he put a big bet on the river, I don't think Allen would have called him with the queen 10 on the
Well,
river.
I think once Dr. BB called once, Allen was like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
I don't think he liked his queen with a pair of queens that's
That's what I mean. I think he could
Yeah.
have thrown a pretty big bet out there on the end.
Definitely, there was an opportunity there.
Yeah.
Game is good. If you come to the game, it's gonna be better.
Oh, there's cooperation, Mike.
Cooperation Mike. I like that.
No, you don't like it.
No, he's gonna. Next time. That's what I was expecting you to say. When you're coming back, it's
Ooh. Ace queen, ace queen. All the aces are dead here in the hand. Ace queen, ace queen, ace 4, ace 4.
One thing kind of cool, if you want to play for free, you can go to thebike.com and sign up for free and play for free. We actually have weekly free rolls where we give away real money for free.
It's called.
And the pot is limped around here. All the aces are dead. Right now, I think I like Allen's hand.
Allen is probably a favorite. If you were to punch it into the card player thing, he probably is. Not anymore, he's not, but...
Yeah, Russ has got the nut flush draw. King, 10, deuce.
Because, I mean, you got two... It's only 2 4s left and 2 queens left.
Right. Gets checked around. The turn's a king.
Check.
Pairs the king. And now Russ is going to bet.
Bet 80.
I'm surprised Russ didn't bet that right away. I mean, that's a pretty big flop for him.
Got shot, nut flush draw.
That's a big flop for him. Regardless of what anybody else has, he's got at least, 9 outs.
And George mucks the red ace queen there, Dave. Big laydown.
That is a big laydown, yeah.
What I was going to say about the play money in terms of learning how to play the game, anytime I ever go into play money games, it's just like some sort of exotic game that I just want to kind of mess around with.
Right.
And people are not playing like they would with real money, so I don't think that has any real value.
No, strategy.
They come in and try to, I'm going to learn Hold'em by going in and playing No Limit Hold'em in a play money table. No.
Right.
No, it
Because you see people going all in with 7 deuces,
Right.
it doesn't mean anything.
Right.
It's play money. Poker inherently is a game of bets.
Right.
It's a game of money. And even if you're just betting, even if you're betting peanuts or candy, you want to, during Halloween. Halloween's coming up in about a month.
I
or
was
so.
playing some play money 5-card draw high on Ultimate Bet a couple nights
Were
ago.
you?
Yeah. Which was interesting because I was really trying to play it tight, and actually the people on the table were kind of playing it
Straightforward, huh?
pretty straightforward. Yeah.
Hey, it's
You
a
know,
great learning tool to get yourself comfortable.
Yeah. It's 5-card draw. It's very difficult to find any literature on that high nowadays, and it just you kind of got to figure the game out. I mean, poker is poker, but
But figuring out the intricacies of each game is
Yeah.
obviously different. I think I played Omaha High 2-4 with 3-6, one of those 2 levels.
Mo raised here 90, and 3 people called him. Mo's got pocket 4s. Flop comes king 6 deuce, couple of hearts,
Okay, he checked. Bet 200.
$270 pot here.
and Mo's going to bet 200. No one has a king here, and
Mo's
no one
pretty consistent here. When he has it, when he doesn't really have it, he bets it.
and I don't think anyone can call because no one really has anything. But George is going to call with ace high. Mo has the best hand now,
Oh, he's in really good shape actually.
and you wonder how he's going to play it against George. Ed calls it. Ed's got a flush draw.
Yep, and it's got the flush draw.
Turns a jack.
And
Mo still has the best hand. The one thing good is that Ed and George are passive enough that I was going to say even if he checks it down, they won't bet at him. They won't bluff unless
Look
they
at
get
this.
there.
Mo's going to push real hard. He's going to bet 1,000. And he's got a...
And look at that. Ed's got some food in his
there
beard. Oh, that's a pretty sight. Oh, there it is.
And everyone mocks him. Again, Mo has
We
got...
get everything here at Live at the Bike.
Mo's got great poker instinct, so he probably sensed that a couple of those players were pretty weak, and figured
Yeah.
if I bet hard here on the turn, I'm probably going to get
Right.
them off the hand.
He's not coming back. And the big one. 2 big ones.
Yeah, CW Siggy is actually trying to look to play Omaha low, which I know is your specialty. Learn how to play the game. And don't they spread it like 25 cents, 50 cents?
Yeah, they do. They have all those games.
Or 10 cents, 20 cents?
2 cents, 4 cents, as
Well,
they
there
were
you go.
referring to.
Play it, play it 10 cents, 20 cents, or 2 cents, 4 cents.
Yeah.
Throw $5 into your, people spend thousands on an education, a college education. Why not throw a couple $100 at a poker education?
16.
George is going to raise here to 60. He's got king, queen offsuit.
Well, there you go.
Now, Russ has got ace, queen on the button.
Might you re-raise this to isolate George?
I was thinking the same thing, but he just smooth calls.
I mean, there's some players I don't want to isolate, and there's some players I do.
And Ed calls with an ace, 8 offsuit. Oh, king, 8, 7.
It's a good flop for George there.
Bet 200.
Ed bets 200. George calls again, Dave, with top pair. Does not raise. And Russ is done with the hand.
Russ just easily throws it away. Obviously, that's a bad flop for ace-queen.
Turns at 3.
Now, this might not be a bad play. I mean, Mo did the same play because Ed will continue to bet at it.
Yeah, Ed bets 200, and George raises him all in for 40 more. So Ed's going to need to spike an ace or an 8 here. And the river's a 10, and George takes it down.
Takes it down, George. There we go. Good.
King, queen is good.
I would love nothing more than
Hey,
George to
hallelujah.
start winning some pots and prove me wrong. There we go. There you go. And you know what's great about George? I'll give it. The guy's got a lot of class. I mean, this guy's probably down about $3,500 tonight, $4,000 tonight, and he's still smiling. He's still having a good time. Hasn't thrown his cards at anybody in disgust.
Hallelujah.
You mean you don't like those players, Dave?
Yeah. I personally don't mind it because I don't take it personal, but it just, to me, I want to create a fun atmosphere for everybody.
Hallelujah, Mo.
And
Small, big, big.
oh, hey, give George credit for that. If you were down $5,000, would you be that friendly?
You did it, huh?
Yes, I did after. Oh, did the only dealer give me a hand?
It's been a while since George has won a pot.
3 hours ago.
3 hours ago, okay. Where's the only thing?
Options, sir. 6 players.
6-way action here. Limped around. 5, 10, 8, couple of hearts. Does BB have the best hand over there? A 4-5, huh?
Yep. Ed's got a straight now.
Yeah, Ed turns the straight when the 7 comes. And he's going to bet.
120.
Let's see if Lorenzo gets himself in trouble here. He's got an open-ended straight draw.
100.
$100 bet here on the turn. No, he's going to monk.
He's pretty straightforward here. He doesn't chase at all, huh?
Yeah.
So I'm lay down ace-queen pre-flop, and there he's open-ended, and he throws it away just for $100.
Sure it won't be until Monday.
Yeah, I know.
And it is a correct laydown, obviously, if you think you need to hit your straight to win.
Yep. And again, I see a post here by Don't Crack on 2+2 saying that Mo should have bet the turn when he has his ace, when we were talking about that hand from previous. There are a lot of cards that can come on the river to beat him. I think if it were a different player making the move, Bart and David would have disagreed with the play. Well, the actual action was Ed bet,
Right.
and Mo called so that he
Most
could
called.
squeeze George behind him, I think. Was the main reason.
Well,
right?
and he also got Ed to bet the river.
Right. And I don't necessarily know if he thought where exactly he stood in that hand as well. I mean, he just did smooth call the river as well.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, to be honest with you, I thought it was actually a strange call by Mo pre-flop.
strange call by Mo pre-flop, and on the flop it was just Ed had priced it so small
That
it
Mo
was,
said, okay, what the heck, I'll give it a shot.
Yeah.
50.
50.
Heads up here, David against Mo. Flop got checked. Ace comes on the turn. Dave bets with the ace, and Mo's going to lay it down.
I actually think Mo might have been trying to play it kind of small there. The pot was already $1,200.
Yeah.
And if he's going to raise anything significant, he's got to raise it like $1,000, $1,200.
Yeah.
And Ed has a lot. Ed was pretty deep, and I don't know if he wanted to get mixed up with him. He almost wanted
Right.
to just keep it small and hopefully just win it with one pair.
He thinks that just because they are saying,
Exactly.
Ed has the button here in seat 8.
he's very nice guy because of that. He has a
6 players.
Six-way action limped around. Queen 3-4.
5 players.
Checked around. Turns a 7.
Ed's got the best hand now.
Do 7 of diamonds limped in on the button. Checked around again, and the river's a 5. And Sam has a 6.
60.
And he bets 60.
I believe the pot's about 100. And David is taking a calling with bottom pair here, but no, he doesn't.
And Sam's not going to get paid off
Yeah.
here.
Take it down, Sam. Once again, I started. I actually registered with 2+2 recently. My name on 2+2 is Friar Tuck. If anybody has any questions for me or ideas or anything like that, feel free to PM me.
And my name is Bart Hansen on 2+2.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah,
How'd you come up with that?
I don't know. Sam has got pocket kings here over in the small blind in seat 2. Ed limps, and Sam's going to raise.
It's 80 to come.
Makes it 100 straight. And Ed's going to call, it looks like, with the Jack 8. Yep, he does.
Now, Jack 8 of clubs is not really a hand I want to take heads up, but hey, who knows? See what happens.
Well, Sam flops top set here. See how he plays it. Going to bet a little bit. Bets 80. And Ed mucks.
And that's one of those times I don't really mind the bet there. It's one of those times where you look at it and go, oh, well, should I slow play it? And you kind of look at it, go, you've got the board so dominated there. It's king 4 deuce. I know there are a couple of diamonds out there. To check it, it's really hard for your opponent to catch anything. You almost would rather bet it and maybe they'll make a play on it or something like that.
Just out of him.
Unless Ed was limping in with some sort of small suited connector, you mean?
Right, exactly. And in that case, he's going to call you anyway. You know? But you don't want to give him a free shot at diamonds or something like that.
Option. Raised to 80. That's my idea.
Especially against a player like Ed, who literally could have any holding at all.
Obviously, I know.
George is raised to 80 with 8-9 spades.
3 players.
Dr. Beebe's going to call it with king 5 of clubs there.
And David's in there with king 7. And George picks up the best hand.
Yeah, George is on fire. George is on fire. Look at him.
200.
He bets 200 and he's going to take it down.
Nice bet by George. He was the pre-flop raiser, so why not represent an ace?
Thank you.
In that case, you actually had the best hand.
Excuse me.
can call if they want. Yeah, open another game. Small player. 1,000. I think it is.
Maybe I wasn't playing 5-card draw on Ultimate Bet. Maybe it was on Full Tilt. Maybe people are saying, wait a minute, when does Ultimate Bet? Since when does Ultimate Bet have 5-card draw high? Excuse me, sorry. It was the triple draw games they had. I think it was
Didn't you
Full
play
Tilt.
5-card draw like with your friends growing up?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Of course, everyone did.
that was the game you
before the Hold'em explosion.
That's
that
what I'm
was
saying.
the
I mean,
game.
to me, that's
Yeah.
strategy. I'm wondering what kind of strategy you need. I mean, that's where. I mean, I would imagine most of my experience is actually in 5-card draw
players.
with wild cards.
Yeah, right. 5-way action here. King 9 deuce.
Dr. Beebe's got a flush draw.
And of course, if our George is going to bet here with the second pair, ace 9. His bet's 80.
Hey, George is trying to get himself on a little rush here. I'm rooting for him.
He does have the best hand.
Yep.
BB calls.
Beebe's going to call. Now, Beebe's the type of guy, he'll call one card for the draw. If he doesn't get there, he usually lets it go.
Turns the 9, and now George has trips. And George bets. Thank God, Dave, because I thought that he was going to try to slow play. Just because, again, we talk about players that seem to be...
Only bet 100,
he
though.
bets 100, and BB calls. And the river's a 4.
Oh, I had that pin.
BB checks.
I was kind of hoping for the ace of
And
clubs.
George
to wanna
checks
ring.
behind him, Dave.
Wow.
He checks behind him. Wow.
Interesting. Well, George made it cheap enough for BB to go for it on the turn, I guess. And I guess George put him on clubs and figured he wouldn't get paid off.
And of course, our number one critic on 2+2, Jive Dadson, he claims to be a big, or used to be in his time, a no-limit 5-card draw high specialist.
Really?
And that game played as a no-limit game. That's got to be kind of interesting too.
Wow,
I
that's
mean,
fast. Now, in played in the casino, I would assume there's 2 betting rounds. Only?
if it was just a double, I mean, I'm sure that they've spread triple draw high games.
Right,
before.
right. But I'm saying if it's a 5-card draw, 1 draw, I'd assume it's a 2 betting system.
Right, right.
Now, is that with antes or just blinds?
I think it's with blinds.
Blinds, okay.
Yeah.
So obviously position being huge there because you
Right.
get to see how many cards the people in front of you are taking.
Jack 9-4 here. The turn's a jack. Well, that's one of the other things I think in our home games. No one really knew what blinds were, so we always played it with the antes.
You played with antes, right?
But I think it's obviously blinds that makes it much more of a highly
Right, you
positional
played with
game.
antes, but it was still a dealer.
Right.
Got to act last. And Allen actually bluffed at it with deuce 7 for $50 and got called in 2 spots.
George and BB, and the river's a 3, and BB has the best hand.
Let's see if George can fire at this.
Yep, BB's it's gonna get checked down here.
9.
And he takes it down.
It's interesting with 5-card draw. It's almost in a case where, I mean, it's similar to a low ball draw, or obviously triple draw, low ball, where if you have an okay hand in early position, you don't necessarily improve. Like if you had a high pair after the first draw in early position in 5-card draw high, I would think you would definitely want to check it down. And sometimes I've read in books, I read somewhere where like if a very, very tight player would open in 5-card draw in early position, you might throw a hand away like a pair of aces.
Right.
Something like
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Now, it's not played with a joker, is it? Like ace to 5
80.
low ball is. Ace to 5 low ball is played 53 cards, actually. 52. There were no 52 cards. Plus
And the
a
joker plays as,
the lowest card that's not in your hand.
so you can play as an ace or a deuce or whatever.
Right. It's literally it's the lowest card. Yeah. There's other intricacies of the game of ace to 5 in the sense of you can't check a 7 and then check raise. There's no check raising and so forth.
I didn't know that. I'm not really that familiar with that game.
You should play it for play money.
Yeah. George brought this one with pocket 5s. BB called with king 7. And now BB's going to bet on the turn here, and he's going to take it down with a bluff.
Yeah, well, he used the ace.
Well, that's tough to call there with pocket 5.
Without a doubt. He obviously doesn't know what George has there. But if George is a 10 or a queen, the ace is definitely a scary card. Nice play there by Dr. Beebe.
And I was actually talking with a local pro here about some of the mixed games. His name is Bruce Lee, and if people want to look his name up, he's a local pro, and he's a mixed game player.
Yeah,
Plays
Bruce.
a lot of high, low games, and
Loves video games, too.
yeah. But he tells me that Padugi, in his view, really is a gambling game, whereas Triple Draw is more. I mean, there's more skill in that, but Padugi as a Triple Draw game is just a gambling game. There isn't a lot of
Yeah.
skill in it at all.
And Padugi, actually, for anybody wondering, it's Badugi.
Right.
Raise to 80.
Alan's going to raise here with Ace King
60.
to 80.
Intricate game. It's a three draw. You get 3 draws, and it's a 4-card game.
Right. And it's low ball with a combination of you want to get all different suits. That's your first objective, to get
Right.
4 different suits.
All
That's
4
a
different
Padugi.
suits is what a Padugi is, and the
And then-
lowest Padugi, being ace 2, 3, 4, is the best.
So Alan raised, George called. It goes check, check on the flop. The turn's a jack. Check, check on the turn. And the river's a queen, and it's going to be Ace King's going to
Wow,
take
look
this
at that.
one
Ace
down.
King's got a
Well, he's got a
straight.
straight. And he bets $100.
Backs right into that straight there.
And George calls him with the ace high.
Wow. And actually, our casino, the Bicycle Casino down here in Bell Gardens, is one of the few places in the world that spreads Padugi regularly.
Well, in the mixed game.
In the mixed game. I've actually played it numerous times here. When, fortunately, when they spread like a 20-40 or a 10-20 mixed game, I love it when they put in like deuce to 7 and Padugi and so forth.
Just 2 players.
Heads up here.
Go ahead.
9, 5, 6.
Both players get a pair out of that.
George does not bet the 9. Alan checks behind him, and now George has got 2 pair. He checks again,
Yes, sir.
and the river's a 4. And now he's going to bet.
100.
And Alan mugs.
And there's the difference there. They both check to the river the last 2 hands. And Alan bets the 100 when he makes his hand. And George pays him off. And here, when George makes his hand, Alan doesn't pay him off. Speaking of other games they spread here, we actually have Chinese poker here played regularly on the California side games. And it's also played in mixed games here.
Right. Well, California. Well, Chinese poker on the California side, as I've had this explained to
3
me
players.
as well, is more of a gambling game because the
Yes.
bonuses are kind of crazy. Versus Chinese poker in a mixed game is more of a.
It's just heads up,
skill.
right?
Yeah,
Heads up
yeah.
and skill.
Yeah.
So you can play it 3-handed actually. But
See,
Queen 10-8 here, and BB's going to bet 150, pure bluff. And George has top pair, so BB's probably going to need to shut down now. Turns a king.
well, BB's the type of guy who I was about to say who generally will shoot 1 bullet, but get him reaching for chips.
Wow. He's going to bet 250, and there's no way George is going anywhere. Wow, wait a minute. Oh!
Wow. Well.
Put my foot in my mouth.
Yeah. Look, I mean, that was great commentary by both
Yeah,
of us.
yeah, yeah.
I'm sitting there going, well, there's no way Dr. BB never fires more than 1 bullet, and there he shoots it again, and George does lay it down. Wow.
Well, again, I think that we tend to play, and a lot of players that are strong tend to play with, you know, not necessarily a pattern, because you don't want to always, limit yourself to a pattern that people can pick it up, but things that would make logical sense.
Right.
And it doesn't make sense that George would call with ace high a couple hands ago, whereas he just mucked second pair on the turn there after calling the flop.
Yeah, no,
it doesn't. It just. That's what we try to deduce.
Yeah, obviously, it's like the logical theory of if A is bigger than B and B is bigger than C, well then, A is bigger, and so forth.
Right.
nice.
But sometimes, poker defies logic, and sometimes these players defy logic, obviously.
40.
But hey, let's give Dr. Beebe credit for bluffing George out. That's not an easy thing to do.
Ed made it 110 to go with King 9 of spades.
I've actually often watched, speaking of Chinese poker, I've often watched during the Legends, Phil Ivey was playing heads up with Barry Greenstein. And they were playing, and Barry was telling me that they kind of play it just for fun. He's good friends with Phil Ivey. And they play it for fun while they're waiting for a game to start up. Because they kind of admit, they go, we both know how to play Chinese poker, and there's no real edge back and forth. But we play it for fun.
And two people have called here, Alan and George, with Jack 10 of spades and King Jack of clubs. And Alan's got the best hand here. Well, 6-3-3. Alan is checked. Let's see if Ed continues to the lead. And he's going to bet.
Well, Ed, pretty much when he's the pre-flop aggressor, if it's checked to him, he usually throws in a bet.
And look at this. George has come over the top. He's raised to 400 with Jack 10. Wow.
That's a great play there. You know what? Sometimes you just got to win. Sometimes if you win one or two hands, you get that jolt of confidence in you, and it starts giving you the ability to start playing a little better. Because obviously, check calling is not the right play, but check raising here. I'm not even checking.
Well, he's raised.
Just raising rather than calling.
Yeah.
And he takes it down.
There you go. That's the first time we've seen George raise.
Yeah, well played.
And the turn was a 9, so if he had called, Ed would have stuck with the hand because he would have picked up top pair.
Right. If he just calls, there's no way he's going to win. I mean, he gets lucky if it's a Jack or a 10.
Yep.
By raising that pot, he takes it away. Mm-hmm. Nice play. And sometimes, seriously, if you're playing in a game, sometimes if you're on a losing streak, it does start affecting the way you play. Best thing you can do is just sometimes, go for a walk, splash some water on your face, and come back to the game in a few minutes. A little while later.
No, I didn't hear about. I know it's about. Oh no.
Earthquake?
No. 3 players.
Limped around here 3 ways. King 10-6, all a couple of clubs.
And Jive Dadson giving us some of the rules on 5-card draw, saying that is often played with a bug, a joker, that can only count as an ace, or as a wild card that completes a straight, a flush, or a straight flush. Thank you very much, Jive. Appreciate that.
$90. 90.
We'll thank him once. Ed has bet.
Not even 90?
90 with the Jack of clubs, and he's going to take it down.
I have 4 clubs in my hand. I don't think it's going to be good if I had. I have 2.
And someone also, I was talking about the stud high-low last night, and you weren't here, Dave.
I have the 2.
Someone was also talking about, have I seen 2 oxygen tanks on the same table? And I said yes. And you were saying maybe even more, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
If you don't give him for 5 to 6 years, you get him.
Limp.
That's right. Exactly. Thank you.
You know what he's saying there, though? The absence of skill, luck is his only salvation.
And we've got 5-way action.
One way to look at it.
Somebody's flop trips. It's George.
George!
He's on fire.
He is. Oh, wow. I'm so excited for him.
Okay. Alan. Oh, you did
And he
right
checks
now?
it.
You got ace
And the turn's a 3.
Okay.
Now, David's pretty tight. If anybody else had the ace, might get a call here from George. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's going to bet 200 here.
And there are a lot of players that might call that with an ace high. But David's obviously, we've seen David lay down pocket queens. We've seen him lay down pocket aces. So ace high is not a big deal there.
Unless they ask me, well, you better do it every week. Give me action, something. Then I gotta know what's
Now, George is in for about $5,000. But he's definitely made a nice comeback over the last hour. And Wow, look at that. He's got probably $900 in reds, maybe.
What's in that box?
And he's got some whites on the other side as well. Those long cigarettes.
Cigaritos.
Yeah, there you go. And he's also got some white chips there.
Now, David has got pocket kings on the button. He makes it 80 to go, and BB is called with the ace-9 of diamonds.
In the big blind?
Yes. Queen Jack 6, couple of hearts.
Hi, Sam. How are you? I was watching there. How are you doing?
And David chooses not to check the overpair this time.
100.
It's interesting, when we first saw BB, this would be an instant muck, but over the last couple of months, sometimes he plays hands a little crafty.
Look at him touching his chips. He's like copping a feel there.
Count on me.
And Dr. BB's got nothing here. He's got no draw, no pair. And he calls. He's setting up a play.
Possible. Turns the deuce of diamonds, unless he just thinks his hand's good right now.
200.
David bets again.
I'll call back.
And now BB mucks, so maybe he's just trying to see what happened on the turn.
Yeah, maybe if a hard had come out, he might have made a move. I was actually just thinking exactly what you just said, in the sense of, over the last 2 months, Dr. BB has changed. It's really interesting watching like a player like Dr. BB play, because we've really been watching him for probably 5 months now, right?
Yeah.
And it's almost like the evolution of a poker player. How he started here and how he continues to change his game over the last 5 months.
You know what I was going to say, Dave? There's a lot of older people on the table. I mean, not older, but, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s.
Yeah.
Look at all the hair they have. It's amazing. Full heads of hair.
Yeah, lots of hair. You're expecting more guys bald.
Yeah, more guys with bald.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
Russ has got the comb-over thing going. Mo's got the comb-over. Anyways, 6-way action. King, Jack, 10.
Wow.
Couple
Russ
of
has
diamonds.
flopped the nuts.
In position.
250.
And he bets 250. And again, this is another example of a board where you have the nuts, but there's a lot of cards that can come that will kill all of your action.
Right, and you also, if somebody has Jack 10 or something like that, or somebody has a queen even,
Yeah.
you want them in there. Now, in this case, nobody's got a queen, nobody's got diamonds. He might not get any action.
Oh, George has got pocket fives over there.
And he makes a good laydown. We actually talked about the evolution of a poker player. We've seen a change in George's game just in the last hour and a half. I mean, earlier tonight he was making calls with that. He would have called pocket fives probably an hour and a half ago, and now he's laying it down. I think when he got up out of his wheelchair, gave him a jolt. Once again, we are live at the bike. I'm David Tuckman here with Bart Hansen, and we're playing No Limit Hold'em with $10 and $20 blinds.
Dave, if you want to watch this show and any other show that we've done over the last 8 months, you can sign up for the archives by clicking on the on-demand banner on the upper left-hand portion of your screen. $14.95 gets you all the saved action. Over 1,200 hours of live poker.
Wow, yeah. And if you're new to the show and you don't know what you're missing, I mean, we're talking about episodes with Greg Raymer, Doyle Brunson, Barry Greenstein.
David brought this one in with pocket jacks. Got called in by Alan and George. And George has got a king, and he's going to lead right out, I believe.
Well, that's not a board to get tricky with, It's 3 spades out there.
Maybe it's 120. 120.
But David's going to call with jacks and the jack of spades. George does not have a draw to the spades.
Yeah.
Alan quickly mucks the ace-9. Oh, the turn's the king.
Wow, that's going to make David a little suspicious here.
George bets.
400.
Maybe
He bets
George is
400.
just betting a big spade.
Wow, and he folds. Yeah, that card would make me more likely to stay in there, Dave.
Yeah, David is actually proving to be one of the tightest players I've seen.
And the river cam shows a 7 of spades. Would have gotten there.
I mean, it's a correct laydown. It's a good laydown because you don't want to draw for something that's not the nuts. Even if the 7 of spades comes, you're not sure if this guy was he playing a king or was he playing the spades?
Yeah.
You know, was he betting with the ace of spades, say?
George.
Nice laydown.
There you go.
But it's interesting. He calls a flop when one king out there, second king comes out there, and then he mucks it.
Go pay $15 on Monday and find out.
Button is in seat 7.
Car's got someone talking. I got a king. I'm afraid to wonder what it is. I'm afraid to wonder what that was. Yeah. I'm scared to. That is. You have a spade?
Yes.
Jack is spade? Yeah. Gassi up before that.
Huh?
Gassi up before that. 6 players.
6-way action, limped around, $120 pot.
That is spade show.
10-5 deuce. Couple of diamonds. Mo has got king 4 in the blind.
120.
And
Yeah,
Russ,
real quiet night from Mo, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, that one
but
big pot
he
where he
won
was
that
king.
pot, and I mean that's going to be him $1,500 over 4 hours.
Yeah. Well, that's how his
What's the last you see?
his game has changed.
The spade? Last card?
Wins 1 or 2 big pots a night and kind of just stays out of the fray.
Yeah. The spade? I just put it on the camera. You want to go back and see it. Oh, you put it on the camera. Yeah. Big blind, sir. No bookers on these cards?
So now Ed has the button.
Let me know. You're the official booker check if you don't mind, right?
$100.
100.
And David's going to bring this one in for 100 with ace jack of diamonds in seat 4. Gets a call by Ed with ace 4 offsuit. And Russ is going to call. He limped in with king 3 of diamonds. And George in seat 1, he's got 8-4 spades. So we've got a $400 pot here.
4 players.
Going to the flop. Oh, what a flop for ace jack. 6 jack jack, couple of hearts. And George bets $40 out.
100.
And Dave's going to raise it up to 100 with the 3 jacks.
No call to you.
And George is going to release. And David takes it down there with the trip jack.
Small blind C1.
We got a chip count there. Mo's up there with 5,600. Ed's got about 4,800. George kicking around. He's won about $400 back. He's got 1,400. And David's got about 3,500 there. He's been circling around the same amount. Lorenzo pulling up the rear. We haven't really seen much from him since he sat down about 45 minutes ago. Got about 900. Again, multi-way pot limped around. King, queen, 9, couple of clubs.
140.
And Ed in position. It gets checked to him. He bets 140, about a little over the size of the pot with top pair, king, deuce. And he's going to take it down. So while Dave's out of the room, I mean, I'm going to ask somewhat of a rhetorical question, but give me a break. The Jets in the AFC East, I mean, what is this guy smoking? And the Patriots are going to win 8 games this season? Are you kidding me? I mean, Dave says he knows a lot about pro football, but give me a break. Yeah.
Oh, they're trying to get another one started. That's what the
You're not coming into the game. You got to come into the game to chop my money. You can't chop my money with money.
Ed's got pocket aces over there in seat 8.
Deuce 9 is a very good hand.
Raise.
And he's going to raise.
120.
Makes it 120 to go.
First time in poker is a deuce 9. Last time in 9-9 deuce. First time in all.
Allen's got king jack offsuit. He had limped in before in early position. It's a hand you don't really like to play out of position.
First time in poker.
Wouldn't mind him seeing him muck it, but he's going to call.
For last time in 9-9 deuce.
Two players.
My deuce 9.
Ace 4-7. Ed
I never threw
flops
my
a set of aces. Allen checks. Ed bets. Bets 80.
Betting very lightly so you can accompany me to the end. Yes, I have a pen.
And Ed says, yes, I have a pair. And he shows the 3 aces.
You could have said I have no pair. You would not be lying either. I don't lie.
Thank you, sir.
That's against my religion. You know? Catholicism has taught me not to lie.
Looks like he's getting a massage over there in seat 8. Of course, a massage is $1 a minute here at the Bite.
That's a lie by itself.
Pretty good deal.
You have pocket aces and ace. You flop the ace, and I'm asking you have a pair. You bet.
And they were
Limp and a limp and a limp.
If you have a pair, he said yes, and I move.
You didn't raise.
You would say
You didn't
no,
raise.
I would move.
Now we've got an $80 pot here. Deuce, 8, deuce, and Ed has flopped a full house. He's on fire. And he's going to bet it. Look at that. He's actually going to bet.
This time?
No, this time I don't have a pair.
Even I have a pair.
He's going to fast play the full house. He's betting hard here, too, 140.
That's why I got them all out. See, I didn't have a pair. Put the other one out.
And he,
An 8.
and he shows the hand. On the turn, the rabbit cab shows an 8.
Not one color. Not one guy.
Third one I'm going to call you.
Ah, don't.
Third one. You did twice. Third one I'm
Let
going
me
to
see
call
your
you.
ball. Call.
18-wheeler cannot take it.
Hold on.
Get an offer like that.
I appreciate you wanting to volunteer every time. You know, I appreciate it.
Look at Marina. Her hair is flopping up.
No, he did 7.
That was pretty funny. She
Paul,
walks by the fan.
6 players.
6-way action here. Limped around. Deuce 4, 8.
Set up.
Rainbow.
Set up, please.
Either set up or dealer check. One or the
Dealer
other.
change soon. 4 minutes. 3 minutes.
And Ed's got top pair, and he's won the last few hands in a row, and he bets 100.
I agree. I agree.
No, I want the dealer to stay. I have a lot invested with the dealer.
You sure do.
And George is going to call with King 6. And David calls with pocket 5s. Maybe he thinks his hand is good.
3 players.
And we've got 3-way action. About a $400 pot now. Turns a deuce.
$100.
Looks like Ed bets $100. George is done with it.
Got a pair this time?
And if Dave called on the flop, he's going to call here on the turn. Pot is now $600. And the river's 7.
I'm going to check.
And why not bet here if you're Ed?
Call.
And he's going to bet, and he bets, it looks like 150, and he makes another extra 150 off of David. David instantly calls, and Ed is going to take it down there
Somebody has to stop.
with a pair of 8s.
And I have a feeling that
And he's on fire. He's on fire. That's 4 or 5 hands in a row.
I have a feeling that it's me.
Set of aces, flops a full house, flops top pair.
I'll give you the money. Don't tell me that you're going to stop me. Nobody can stop me.
No. I need to double up, I said. And you're my friend, and you'll do it, right?
Yeah, sure.
Nice. Good answer. Good answer.
Not a problem at all.
Good answer. That's what you call it.
Limp.
Raise.
And David's going to raise. And look at this. He's raising with 8-3 offsuit. And like we said, a lot of money in poker
80 to call.
is won and lost through steaming. And I don't think David was too happy about the fact that he lost that last hand with pocket fives. And he's made it 80 to go with 8-3 offsuit. And Ed's going to call him. 7-9 suited.
It doesn't make that much of a difference. If it's mine, not my night, which is not mine. I don't get it. Players difference. I was sitting on there.
And George is in there with 6-3 of clubs. And George flops a flush.
And he won. Immediately he won.
Flops a small flush. But he's vulnerable because David has a higher club draw with the 8 of clubs.
400.
The guy was sitting on there. He won.
And George is going to bet right away 400 with a small flush.
You don't like that, sir?
And he's going to take it down.
Huh? You want to trade? Okay. Now it's going to be changed. I know it's going to change. That's why I'm surprised you're feeling good. I just want to prove him something.
I want to see something.
You know what I want to prove him, right?
I tried to buy that one.
One
Didn't
more,
work.
let the button go live. No, because you can take the button.
I just want to prove him. I just want to
Oh,
prove him
hey,
something. What do you know?
Looks like Lorenzo and Allen are swapping seats.
So, really the button is here. You're going to miss now.
That's fine.
Okay, you got the
5 and 6.
Play one more, he's got the button there.
Yeah, play one more hand.
Switch back and play one
Yeah,
more.
we wait one more hand, so I'll play my button and then
fine.
move.
Play
You
two.
know what I mean? Just one more hand.
But you can play the next hand now.
Yeah.
Play two hands and then. Okay, the button is there.
That's right.
Yeah, that's fine. That's right.
And they're going to switch seats back because the button was in seat 5.
I'll play two hands.
Straight bluff on this one.
You want to sit there? You killed me with that. No.
Got to be a big disappointing night for those Raiders fans last night. I mean, you think you're going to have a season that was better than last year. I mean, it's a good up when you score a touchdown right away, but then it's just,
Every hand is good if the club comes
you know, back to reality after that.
I believe in what you have after the club.
You see how he continuously talks? The home game is the same way.
No, I'm better.
What is the limit around?
4 players.
I talk more in home game.
King 3-3 here on the flop. And Ed and Dr. BB has flopped trip threes and he checks it, slow play. Turn is an 8. He checks it again, and the river is a 6. And now Allen bets. He bets 20 with 6-9, and now BB's going to raise.
100.
Makes it 100 to go. So BB makes $20 off of the flopped trips.
I don't like my people.
And Dave, I would sometimes love to see BB mix it up and bet out his good hands.
Oh, did I? I think I walked in and Dr. Beebe was slow playing something again.
Right.
Shocking.
60.
It's funny, too. Some people obviously don't know that we have a relationship with most of the people that play here. Since
Right.
We're here 40 hours a week, you and me.
Right.
And then they just go, wow, these guys are, have no mercy. They're just like relentless on them. And obviously, half the time it's just we're poking fun at these players. And, when I was making fun of Allen, I would go out there and tell it right to his face.
4 players.
And I'm good friends with him. So
George brought it in for 60, got called in 3 spots. Flop comes King Jack Deuce. George's got second pair, but David in seat 4, he's got top pair.
100.
George leads for 100,
Make it 300.
and David's going to raise. Makes it 300.
nice raise there by David.
You wonder if George is going to be able to get away from this one.
We saw George throw away the queen earlier, Queen Deuce. And he's in real bad shape here. 2 pair obviously is no good.
Yeah, he needs to see 2 cards to improve his hand.
Oh, wow.
Look at this, and a jack comes on the turn. That is unbelievable.
There you go, George.
And he goes check, check, and the river's a 7.
600.
That's
and he
a
bets
nice.
600
Oh,
on the
I love
river
the
here.
overbet.
No, but David, who's been prone to lay down hands.
Yeah, I love the overbet, though, to be honest with you. I really like it. It's about a $500 pot. It's a nice bet there. Didn't get called there, but don't show. Good job, George. Let David wonder.
Again, it was a bad hand.
Wasn't a bad hand.
You go home and watch.
It wasn't a bad hand.
So that you have to wait one hand.
And look at that, though. David plays so passively in the sense of the board pairs a jack, he checks it, and then just immediately, I mean, he basically induces the bluff, right?
Right.
And then just lays it down without even thinking about it.
Dr. BB is the button.
Make it 100 even.
100 even.
George is going to raise it out of the small blind with Acey Deucey off suit. Excuse me, that's Ed there in the small blind. You ever played Acey Deucey in a casino? Sometimes called Red Dog.
I never played it in a casino.
No.
We used to play Acey Deucey in our home games.
Right.
3 players.
Three-way action here. Jack, Jack, 7. Ed's good with here with ace high.
Yeah, still the best hand. Now Lorenzo's really loosened up his game, huh? He calls a $100 bet with king 9 off suit, huh?
He gets checked around. The turn's at 5.
Checks.
And he gets checked around again, and the river's a 4.
Oh. No wonder Lorenzo's loosened up his game. It's not Lorenzo anymore.
It's Alan.
That's Alan.
Yeah.
Okay, I was wondering.
Alan moved over in seat 5. Again, we make these logical assumptions, Dave, which makes sense to us, and that wouldn't have made a lot of sense.
Right. And it's interesting how the game works out that way.
Yeah. Ace Deuce is good here.
Shame on you.
And you can make these assumptions, obviously, if you're playing the game the same way, because those are plays, having watched Lorenzo, I never played with Lorenzo, but having only watched this game for about a half hour, calling a $100 bet with king 9 off suit would have really been out of character for him.
Right.
Which is why it surprised us. And obviously, once again, we're privy to the hands, but you've got to remember, if you're sitting at a table, to pay attention. I mean, if seat 6 right there now, Lorenzo's in seat 6, he's moved over with Alan. He's switched places with Alan. If he calls a raise, he's probably got something pretty good.
Mo's got pocket jacks in the small blind, and he's going to raise.
Right. Now, in this case, Lorenzo's limped in with ace 5.
He's made it 200 more.
And I guarantee you Lorenzo's going to fold, and he does.
You may call with the same card.
So Mo just wanted to take it. I mean, he made a pretty big raise there.
That was a huge raise.
Oh, nice lay down. Nice lay down. So seriously, what's the
And Mo is Iranian. Persian.
Really?
Yeah. I thought he was Armenian, but I learned today that he was Iranian.
That's exactly. That's exactly.
And I wonder what his name is short for.
Yeah, but we play different way. Like the calls that I called, you don't call. You know, it's just different.
I don't think we'll ever figure it out.
No.
I go all in.
Wow.
Second dose. This guy called 1,300. 5 players. He had ace jack.
Here we go with the flop and limped around Jack 10-4.
I tell you, we do try to have a good time here at Live at the Bike.
Ed's got a flush draw, and he's going to bet it in position. $60.
It's amazing.
And George calls it King 4.
This is alcohol-free, drug-free fun.
Who would have thought you could get there
Who would have thunk?
without alcohol and drugs?
Pocket queens, remember?
Go with the turn. Turn to 6. George still has the best hand.
King on the board. And I was losing because he had it.
And Ed checks his
Takes
draw.
the card. Jack comes on the river. And now George bets. And again, with a hand like this, I would, if it was me, Dave, I wouldn't put myself in that spot. But let's say I had called with a 10. I might have checked the river to try to throw. Obviously, the guy checks the turn.
Right. I don't mind the bet there, though, because he had a 4. And there is a hand that he could get laid down. He could get a 10.
Or a 6.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Remember what Kathy said, it's one of those things, okay, I put the guy on a diamond draw, but just in case he happened to have the 6 of diamonds,
Right.
per se, like
Right.
ace 6.
Right.
So he throws in a bet there to just make sure that it can't be called. So just to play a little defense in George's case there, I think it was actually a good bet. Why not?
120.
And Ed's going to raise here with $120 with the ace deuce of clubs.
And it's interesting, Bart. A lot of people here at the bike actually call me Dan now. Do I look like a Dan?
Really?
Yeah. It's very odd. Button here is in seat 1.
Russ has got ace-king in the blind, and he's just going to call. He was thinking about re-raising,
Yeah.
but he's just going to call.
That's a way to play ace-king out of the blinds. It's a tough hand to play in the blinds sometimes.
BB calls the 7-9 offsuit.
Puts you in a tough spot. If you do raise with ace-king out of the blinds and you get a flop like this, you know, 4 or 5 people call you, then what do you do?
BB bets. BB's going to come out and lead.
Yeah. Looks like he bet $120. And
Got second pair.
Ed's got nothing. There's no club out there.
But he calls with
Hey.
ace-deuce of clubs.
How about my opener?
He's going to need an ace to, and there's only 2 aces left.
Running deuces.
Yeah, okay. I always figured out those running things.
Turn is a 9. Now BB's got trips.
Well, now Ed's drawing dead. And look, BB's going to bet his trips.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's not going to slow play this time.
There you go.
He bets, and Ed's
Well,
done with the hand.
I think he was kind of hoping that Ed had a jack. There's also a couple of spades out there. You don't want to give him a free card just in case he did have spades.
Every once in a while, BB will call big raises with some questionable pre-flop starting hand.
Yeah, he's definitely been mixing it up. I mean, early on, and when he first started playing, he was totally ABC, remember?
Yeah.
And his game has definitely changed.
This is my hand.
I'm not sure if it's for the better but it's definitely changed. And that's what happens, you know, as you play, the more you play, the more hours you put in, and the more experience you get, your game is going to change. Limped around.
Yep, limped around here. BB's got ace-queen. King-5 queen.
Well, he's got the best hand then.
See if he throws out a little bet here, Dave.
Yeah, David's got a flush draw and a pair.
Yeah, and he's going to bet with the queen-3. Ooh, and BB quickly calls.
Now, this is one of the cases where he's actually an underdog to Dr. BB because he shares the queen, so he's going to need a 3 or a diamond, so he's got 12 outs.
Now, if he had something like 5,
if he had, like, let's say, for example, you know,
BB had a king that wasn't the.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
If the queen wasn't there, and he gets
and David
there.
checks, and BB bets 100.
Now David's in there with queen 3 of diamonds.
Yep.
And that's seat 4. There he is.
And he just check calls there with the flush. Wow.
And
the river's a jack.
The river's a jack. That's going to give Dr. BB a straight.
And BB bets again.
He's begging.
And is David just going to call with the second nut? He just calls.
Wow.
He never put any money in there, Dave.
He actually check-called the river.
Check-called the river, check-called the turn. The bizarre world of the bike.
Yeah, I don't mind the check. I mean, maybe I thought he was checking the river to induce Dr. BB to throw in a little bet, which Dr. BB did, you know, with his ace. But why wouldn't he check raise there? Why not throw a nice little value check raise in there? I don't.
I haven't had a hand for God knows how long.
Very strange.
Thank you, Mike. No, okay. Okay, Mr. Intimidation. We won't have no intimidation on this table.
That was a really odd play by David.
It was.
I mean, we've seen him make some good laydowns. You know, he's a pretty tight player. But to make the second nut hand and just check call.
Pretty strange.
I said this is my hand, and I want to see if
Pocket kings for Allen. He makes it 120 to go. Now, Mo's got deuces. BB's got 5-6 off suit.
And in that case, also, I mean, the argument of, you know, well, I'm only going to get called by a hand that beats me. No, I don't buy that. I mean, I think you're definitely going to get called.
One card to a straight there.
Exactly.
Yes.
And in that case, Dr. BB had, short of the flush, he
that's
had
the
best
type
hand.
of, that's an advanced play that players make where if they think they're up against somebody with a chop pot, but there's something scary out there like a 3 suit, you overbet the thing.
Right, exactly.
And then hopefully they'll call you and you got the flush. It's great. Allen's flop top set here. kings, and now an 8 pairs on the turn, and he's made a full house.
And nobody has anything, unfortunately, for him. In a perfect world, somebody would have like ace-8 there.
I said this is my hand.
And it's been one of those nights here at Live at the Bike where it seems like when somebody has a big hand, there's really no great second best hand.
That's it. I changed the
Obviously, we are live here, unedited, unscripted.
Change the thing on the seat. Now I'm gonna get
Well rehearsed. No, just kidding.
I mean, I'm trying to think of ways we can like fix the cards, so make sure somebody has ace-8 next time that somebody gets full house.
Is it 20?
Bring in the stage decks, with the straight flush over the 4 of a kind or something like that.
100.
$100 raise there by Dave. King, queen offsuit.
I mean, but to raise with king, queen offsuit and then play it so passively after that,
That's my hand.
I don't mind calling David pre-flop because I know he's going to pretty much check it down, or I can probably get him off the hand.
I have pocket kings in my hand. How could you beat me?
And I think they've agreed to check it down now, Dave. There you go. 7. River's a queen, and the king queen's going to play.
Yeah.
Only if you have pocket eights. I showed that.
Another one for the Frosted Tips. Guy's probably from Northern California.
Top set, and I made a full board on the.
Does it say the Oakland area, San Jose, San Francisco on his bio sheet?
Next one, let me know.
How do you like living in Burbank, Dave? With Jay Leno and...
I know, it's funny, Burbank used to be the butt of all the jokes, of the Johnny Carson jokes.
Yeah.
I actually really, as far as living in L.A. goes, I'm not a huge L.A. fan, to be honest, but as far as living in L.A., it's actually really cool. I'm like 3 minutes from Griffith Park, which is huge. I'm only like a 5-minute drive if I go through Griffith Park to right the heart of Hollywood, pretty much. And I'm minutes from the studios, and it's relatively close to work, so it's not bad.
Well, Russ in seat 3 raised to 40, and everyone called here. 4 other people, and Russ has flopped a nut flush draw.
Yeah.
Now Lorenzo's got top pair here with King Jack. And George's got second pair.
And the raise was how much?
And look at this, George is going to lead right out again. He likes to do that.
Raise is only $40 here, so
George,
talk about a $200 pot.
Now look at this, George bets, and Russ is going to raise next to act with that flush draw, which is a little bit odd.
Yeah.
And he gets called, and the river is a jack.
Turn,
and Lorenzo, it's a turn, and Lorenzo would have made kings up.
Yeah, and Russ actually protected George's hand.
Right. I don't know why you would raise there with the nut flush
That
draw.
you want players in.
Right.
But there are places to make it. Sometimes you can raise it to get a free pot.
But that didn't happen there.
No, George didn't fall for it. George just went out and came. When he didn't see it, I think he correctly sniffed out the spade draw.
But look at this. Russ makes the call, and the river is a 3, and George's hand is good. And George bets immediately 500.
George is clearly representing a king. And interesting there, Lorenzo would have turned 2
right,
pair.
Yeah, 2 pair. And Russ, again, like you said, by Russ raising there, he cost Lorenzo the pot.
Yeah. Well, that's the classic limit the field debate that Mike Caro has with David Skolansky often. In the sense of, do you want to limit the field when you have a draw like that?
Well, I thought that debate was more of better premium hands when we're talking about, say, having aces 7 ways. Well, you're still a 30% favorite to win that hand. So do you want to thin the field out? Because wouldn't you rather have be a 30% favorite to win 7 people's money, or would you rather be like an 80% favorite to win
Well, the
one
debate
person's
actually
money?
went to a hand like this as well, because Skolansky was arguing that it's a good raise in that case because he's getting the other people that might win the pot out, and then he could win also with an ace as well. Theoretically, he gets out the guy with the king jack, and then an ace is also a winner for him. While Caro was saying, no, he's got a draw. Why not keep more guys in the pot?
Pot is limped around.
Like most poker most ideas about poker and stuff, you can debate them all day long. And there's usually not one right answer.
Jack 8-9. Alan's got top pair here at the ace jack.
Bet the pot. 130.
And Alan bets 130.
good read.
I don't think anyone's going to call here. Russ has got ace queen. He's disgusted. And David lays it down. You know, I met Mike Carroll in Vegas when we were doing the lifestyle show at Rio and interviewed him for a while. What a strange, strange man. He was talking about bringing poker to the Ozarks. Like that was his big goal.
Right.
And that he was living in a hut in the Ozarks. And for people who aren't familiar with the Ozarks, that's like Arkansas and southern Missouri. And I'm thinking to myself, what is this guy talking about?
Well, Mike Carroll,
Bringing poker to the Ozarks?
He tries to he has that kind of bizarro image.
Yeah,
you know, and he says he uses it to his advantage. The Ozarks, I like that.
Right.
Button is in seat 8. Ed's got that. And it looks like it's getting limped around there.
6 players.
How many raise?
$120 pot.
Check. Queen 8, Jack, couple of hearts.
A couple of players have some gut shots here. Best hand looks like it's still, well, it was Dr. Beebe there, but now Lorenzo has made a straight, and he's made the higher end of a straight. So if anybody else had a 9, he would have him beat.
He doesn't put money in the pot, Dave. And the river is a deuce, so he didn't bet. And now he bets 100.
And if I was sitting at this table watching Lorenzo for the last hour, I'm not going to give him any action.
Well, Alan's got king 10 here. No, he's going to muck.
And that 10 is a great card for him because, like I was saying, if anybody had a 9, they probably would have thought, oh, I got probably a chop pot, but his king gives him the higher straight. We actually, you and I were talking about that in the sense of, you know, Mike Carroll, he often tries to tell people to think about why you're raising. You know, what is the purpose of this raise? And we often are critical of people, and we talk about it in the sense of, like, you know, we see people 3-betting and limit hold'em with a flush draw, you know, and
or
getting it heads up.
Check raise 3-betting. That's what
right. Check raising 3-betting to limit the field,
to knock the people out in between. When you have a low flush draw, which means basically there's no way you're going to win the hand unless your flush comes.
Right. Exactly.
Check.
Bet 50.
King Queen 5 here on the flop. Alan's going to bet 50. And I'm getting word that Corporation Mike is coming in and he's going to take Mo's spot in seat 9.
There you go.
Turn has a 6.
Normally I don't want to lose Mo, but the new tighter Mo is not that big a loss to the game.
And there's Corporation Mike's, and he's adding a little bit of the opposite of what I'm saying. No hair there in seat 9. He's going to buy him for $3,000.
Hey, that no hair looks for him. It works for him, don't you think? But back to that one thing you're saying. The guy check raised you, 3-bet check raise with a low flush draw to limit the field, and he knocks out everybody.
Yeah.
And it's like
that just angered me because it got the other guy to win the hand with a
right. You're protecting somebody else's hand.
Right.
It's almost suspected like, are you guys playing hookers or something? Right. And obviously you knew he wasn't, but it's such an odd play with a flush draw, especially a low flush draw where you know somebody's got a higher pair already. And you need to hit your flush. Well, hey, I want 7 people in the pot.
The thing I'm learning more and more, especially in Limit Hold'em, is I've been given credit way too much to some of the players. I mean, sometimes, you know, it's just you make moves that make sense because a player has done a certain thing.
Sam's flopped a set.
And Mike is flopped top pair. And Mike bet out. And Sam's going to check raise. And Mike is not the type of player. He might go all the way with this hand, Dave. With 9-10.
How much you got left?
That's what he asked him. How much do you have left?
Now, Mike bought in. Corporation Mike there has bought in for $3,000.
Oh, he's going to lay the hand down. Well, that's a different type of Mike that we normally see.
Well, Mike also has been playing this game pretty steadily now for the last 3 or 4 months.
Yeah.
And his game has really improved.
Sam showed the set of 6s. But, I mean, say in Limit Hold'em a king flops and you have king 10. and you bet out of the blinds.
Right.
Somebody raises you, and somebody 3-bets you, like out in the field.
Right.
Now, normally, like online, that's almost an easy fold for me. Sometimes. But
Yeah, I mean, you should lay that hand down.
Right, but live, it's just people could be doing it with absolutely anything, and I'm more likely to call people down here at the bike than I am anywhere else.
Yeah, it seems like oftentimes the original raiser will just automatically raise with any two cards.
Any two, some sort of draw,
And
then the guy
3-betting.
behind you 3-bets with King Deuce.
Right.
You know, and it's just
I've seen it happen numerous times.
yeah.
Now, if you folded King 10 there to a 3-bet, you probably wouldn't lose too much money in the long run.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Mike. Raising it up $80 with King 6. We've been having a weekly free roll here every Wednesday night. Mo's been doing that free roll, $1,000 buy-in or $2,000 buy-in. Not free roll, freeze out. Or winner takes all. And Mike has been doing really well in those.
And Ed is called with Jack 4 clubs. Ace King 3. Mike's gonna bet 150.
And that's a great tell there. The player holds his chips in his hand like he's going to call you. Very much of, I don't want you to bet, and I'm trying to scare you not to bet. But obviously Mike didn't fall for it, and Ed throws his hand away. But Mike is really, he's changed his game in the sense of he's still really aggressive.
Like that?
Yeah, exactly. Well, nobody else can see this. This is like a radio show part.
Actually, we were on.
Oh, I didn't see that we're on. Show it again. There we go. Okay, that works. Okay, I didn't realize we were on. I'm sitting there going, like, why are you showing me? Nobody can see this. Hey, look at George. George is back up to $1,400.
Yep. I think that he actually has a little more than that. I thought last I heard he had 2,000.
It looks like he has more than that. We'll have to check out, get a double
Remember,
check.
no, it's seat 1. George is over at seat 1
Yeah,
now.
exactly.
And we had him there at seat 2, so I think they got kind of confused.
Oh,
He's
clearly.
definitely got more. He's more like
Actually, it's
4,000.
probably 2,500 or so, right?
Oh, yeah, 2,500 maybe. Flop comes ace 6-9.
150.
Russ has got an ace here. Russ has got ace 8. Nobody else has got an ace in their hand.
And Mike has bet 150 with King Jack.
What do you got, 12?
Check, check. The rivers are 3. Check, check again, and ace is going to take it down there.
And this is what I was talking about with Mike's game. The one thing I love about Mike's game now is as it changes, Mike's really aggressive. And he puts most people, when he plays against most people, they're kind of on their heels against him. Because you don't know where he's at. He can raise with anything. He's kind of fearless. But we used to see it that he used to play with kind of a reckless abandon, where he would just kind of throw his chips away, or he'd bluff at the wrong time, or he'd call down with some inferior hands. And he's kind of started to nip that in the bud. And his game has really improved over the last 2 months. I'm not sure if he's a winning player yet in the cash games. But his game definitely translates well for tournament play.
$40 raise here. A couple of callers.
4 players.
That was actually a straddle. Mike had straddled there at 40.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Oh, it's a straddle position. Russ picks up top pair. He limped him with ace 10. So the pot's 160. And he bets about the size of the pot. And he's going to take it down.
Now, I'll tell you, usually at a table, if Dr. Beebe's at the table, usually you'd say he's the tightest one at the table. But at this table, I think there are 2 players at this table that are actually tighter than him. Looks like, to me, Lorenzo and David are probably actually playing a little...
how about Sam now over in C2
yeah.
as well?
Now Lorenzo raises his eyebrows.
Disappointing that Jesus left the table so soon. Maybe that Mexican poker game got started early tonight.
Yeah, probably.
They probably had a bucket of Coronas over there waiting. Muy Bielo. What is that, the other Mexican beer? Muy Bielo?
I never had it.
Tecate.
6 players.
Modelo. Queen, Jack 7, couple of hearts.
Lorenzo's got the best hand here. got a jack. He checks it in a cutoff seat, though.
10 on the turn.
Now he's picked up a straight draw as well.
90.
And Russ is going to bet as a bluff $90.
Yeah, he's got an open-ended straight draw here.
And Lorenzo calls. And Lorenzo's got the same open-ended straight draw, but
Right.
with a pair. So
Exactly.
Russ is drawing to a chop.
2 players.
And the river's a king, and both players get there.
But it's also a heart here.
Check.
And they check it. Yep, you're right.
That would have been a perfect
Boy,
opportunity for
could
Lorenzo to really push.
Yeah, really could have played it there. I mean, is someone going to check a flush? Again, I don't really buy. I mean, I've asked you this question before. It takes a really tricky player to bet for a semi-bluff with hearts on the turn, with 2 hearts, and then to check it when you get there on the river, especially with that board, Dave. 'Cause
Yeah.
who's going to bet?
No, that's the point.
You know?
I mean, obviously, when you think it's a chopped pot,
Yeah.
obviously we know it's a chopped pot. If you think it might be a chopped pot, sometimes it's worth it to throw the bet in there, but obviously it's risky. Now, in that case, Lorenzo might have thought, this guy's got 2 pair or something, or he's got nothing. Either way, though, I think when you make a straight there, why not bet it?
Yeah.
Throw something in there, right? Well, this time Lorenzo's picked up the speed limit. He's got 55. And he limps in with him.
That's not the speed limit anymore in California, right?
I
They
know
changed
it's
that about
not.
10 years ago.
They have changed it, but it's still the nickname for the cards, I guess, for the hand.
No, I know that. I'm just asking.
Yeah, I don't know where. I mean, there are a few places where the speed limit is 55, but not
Connecticut is one of them for some reason. And BB's going to bet 100.
Take it down, Dr. BB.
River Cam was a 5 there.
Yeah, turn would have been a 5. Okay.
This is my hand.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
All right. Good luck.
All right.
So do you think that Mike bakes his head pretty much like every day? Because, I mean, I don't know if Clipper's down on 1, if you can get it that low.
No, that's either natural or shaved.
Like razor shaved.
Oh yeah, he uses the what's it called? I think
straight edge.
150.
Mike raised on the button with 50 with King 8, and Sam has re-raised to 150 with pocket 7s.
There was an advertisement going on, and I'm trying to think
And
of
look
the
at
name
this,
of the
BB
guy.
is called a raise and a re-raise with Queen Jack.
And how much was it?
150.
Wow.
Ace 4 deuce.
Yeah, Dr. BB's pretty flop selection has really gone down.
Yeah. Sam bets.
And Sam takes it down. Nice aggressive play there by Sam. Didn't get scared by the ace, he just figured he'd bet it anyway.
Dave, this is going to be another one of our it's the last weekday show that's 4 hours.
Oh my God.
Wow, there you go.
Yeah.
And tomorrow will be our last Saturday show.
And our last 4-hour show.
There you go.
Of course, next week we're going to Monday through Friday from 6 to 9 Pacific time. And this is going to be our last hand of the night.
We got a live straddle out of Allen there, live straddle. Button is
So-
in seat 2.
40 to call. BB limps in with pocket 8s.
And this will be our last hand of the night, actually. Did you just say that?
Yes.
Okay. After 4 hours, I kind of just zone out a little bit. Sorry.
So 4-way action, $160 pot.
5 players.
5 players. King 3-4.
Check.
Mike's picked up a gut shot, but Dr. BB still has the best hands.
He's going to bet. He's going to bet 150, about the size of the pot. A little under there, under the size. There was 5-way action there.
Nice bet there by Dr. BB. That's a hand that he might not have bet a couple of months ago, right?
Look at Allen. Allen's got 7s. And to reverse that, if Allen had bet, he might have taken the pot down.
Exactly.
As opposed to BB betting.
Without a doubt.
Yeah. So, that's going to do it for us tonight. Please join us tomorrow for our another no limit hold'em game, probably either 3 to 500, 200, maybe a theme night. You'll have to tune in suspense.
Wow.
But you'll be with me.
I will be with
again
you.
tomorrow. So for everyone here in the booth and for the Tuckster, my name is Bart Hanson. Good night, everybody, from Live at the Bike. Go Patriots.
It's here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the Bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.